684. Twisting Heart was furious. Chen Pinggan, what's wrong with you? Squatting on the side, Shuangjiang sighed softly. He couldn't blame the little girl for being hot-tempered. She was used to the hidden official patriarch's tenacity. She had been through all the previous sewing sessions, so she was used to accidents big and small. No matter how dangerous the process was, she always seemed to succeed. Therefore, this accident was very unexpected. In this cage, after killing another nascent soul realm demon sword cultivator, Twisting Heart needed to inscribe the real name of an ancient ferocious demon and use her natal item, the embroidery needle, to pierce through Chen Pinggan's back. She also needed to connect his spine. With only 2 strokes left, she failed. If Twisting Heart didn't withdraw her knife in time, Chen Pinggan's spine would have been broken into 2 pieces. The surging aura of the real name of the demon surged crazily into Chen Pinggan's heart. If Chen Pinggan didn't have a few words left in his heart that Twisting Heart was familiar with, Chen Pinggan's body and soul would have exploded like a string of firecrackers. He would end up like the Earth Immortals who self-destructed their Jindan and nascent soul. The young hidden official patriarch fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Most of his skin was peeled off, and his spine was exposed. The young man curled up on the ground and twitched. The ground was covered in blood, and the remaining aura of the real name of the demon lingered in the blood. Vaguely, the aura of the real name of the demon gathered into a Jindan. It wanted to use the blood as a cultivation ground, hoping to become a nether spirit. If it was left alone in the vast world, a Jindan stage ghost might be born in the blink of an eye. Then, it could find an ancient battlefield site with enough aura of evil to gather nether soldiers, build a nether house, and build a tree king banner. It would become a ghost king who could bring chaos to thousands of miles. Nian Xin also ended up in a miserable state. She spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. This time, she did not forcefully swallow it back into her stomach. Instead, she turned her head and spat it out on the ground. The green snake turned into an otherworldly demon. With a wave of his sleeve, the real name Nether Spirit, which was rapidly growing into a mustard seed, was separated from the blood on the ground and suspended in front of him. Frost Descent stretched out 2 fingers and gently crushed it. The filthy evil chi, which was enough to turn a cultivator in the lower 5 states directly into a puppet of the Nether Spirit, completely disappeared. After a while, Chen Pinggan sat up. His soul was trembling, and his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were trembling slightly. It was as if there was a fish flipping its back under the ground. The blood in his body was boiling like a flood. Fortunately, the 5 elements natal items began to operate on their own, helping to calm the phenomenon. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan was able to maintain his physical body. He said apologetically, "I really can't take it anymore." Frost Descent winked at Nian Xin, hinting that the little girl should not add salt to the wound. Although Nian Xin was no longer scolding, she still looked displeased. She said in a low voice, "We're about to attack Yunqing and Qingqiu. If you're still so useless, I advise you to stop here. After all, this real name garment is barely usable now." Chen Pinggan nodded. Nian Xin helped Chen Pinggan roughly sew his skin and disappeared in a flash. Her accidentally superfluous actions, Nian Xin pretended to be careless, Chen Pinggan pretended not to exist, and Frost Descent pretended not to see. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding. After Nian Xin left, Frost Descent advised carefully, "Elder Yingguan, it's already not easy for your body to be on the verge of collapse every time you use the method of exchanging life for life. If you want to sew the clothes immediately after killing the demons, it's not appropriate." Once the clothes were not sewn, Chen Pinggan's body and mind recovered very quickly. He was like a sick person who had just recovered from a serious illness. He was also like a person who had been blind for a long time and finally saw the light. He was immersed in a relaxed and comfortable small world. Chen Pinggan could already stagger up and walk slowly with his body hunched. After Frost Descent cleaned up the real name demon, the large pool of blood on the ground had already been kept by Nian Xin into her embroidered bag. Frost Descent praised her inwardly. "What a thrifty sewing girl." She said nice things in return. Chen Pinggan said, "The matter of sewing clothes now is too painful. Every time I kill a demon, my heart trembles when I think about it. I want to finish it in one go. Moreover, Nyan Xin said that the more painful it is, the deeper the memory, and the better the effect. Frost Descent said slowly, relying on the suppression of heaven and earth of the caged sparrow, every time you decide to change your life, you secretly create a place of no return. You use all your means and you can kill the nascent soul realm sword cultivators time and time again. Just like that cockroach sword cultivator. So what if he was suppressed by you by more than half of his realm? Didn't he still destroy your heart with one sword strike? If it were someone else, they would have died after being hit by that dripping sword. How should I kill the rest of the upper 5 realms? Meng Po and Qing Qiu are slightly better. Meng Po's natal supernatural power is proficient in illusion techniques, so it won't affect you much. You can just show her a flaw. Qing Qiu is naturally suppressed by Nyan Xin. Zhu Jie's natal scroll is in the small world of the caged sparrow, so it's difficult for Zhu Jie to fully display his supernatural power. If Zhu Jie spreads out the scroll, you can fold mountains and rivers. It's easy to say that there will always be a chance. As for Yun Qing, it's hard to say. These 4 are just talking about whether you have the slightest chance. As for the immortal realm Hu Changjun, you have no chance of winning. Once you open the prison door, you will be courting death. Frost Descent said finally, unless you reach the peak of Wu Fu Mountain, and at the same time, break through the Sea Watcher and Dragon Gate realms, and enter the Jindan realm. The premise is that you don't go and fight with that Hu Changjun. The gap between the realms is too big, so it's useless even if you use all your tricks. Chen Pinggan walked out of the prison and said, Peak of Wu Fu Mountain, forming the Jindan? You make it sound so easy. Don't you know my current situation and plan? The extraterrestrial demon followed beside him and clenched his fist again and again. His arm rose and fell above his head, and he shouted again and again, Old ancestor, you don't care about big or small things. Thousands of catties are like goose feathers, thousands of years of worries are like drizzling rain. Old ancestor can turn clouds and rain with one palm. In the end, he received a punch from Chen Pinggan, who was in a bad mood. The extraterrestrial demon's body broke into pieces, and after it reassembled on the spot, it looked sick and tired, and no longer annoyed others. If he was a loyal official who remonstrated with death, he would not be trusted. If he was a treacherous and flattering official, he would be beaten. It was really hard to predict the heavens' will. Being with the emperor was like being with a tiger. Chen Pinggan walked all the way to the pavilion below the prison. Q-Sword Huang He and the other 5 nascent soul stage sword cultivators of the demon clan had a rough idea of what Shuang Jun had pointed out. Their only goal was to fight for the right time and place to surpass the nascent soul stage sword cultivators. In this way, of course, it was not a pure Q-sword between sword cultivators, but it was not an unfair victory either. As sword cultivators, Huang He and the others also had their own secret techniques. Chen Pinggan's biggest reliance was the small heaven and earth of the flying sword caged sparrow. Both of them were in the realm of Qi cultivator, and they were in the realm of Qi cultivator. Then, there was the deity drum beating style of the remote traveling martial artist. According to Frost Descent, as long as Chen Pinggan reached the Jade Pure realm in the future, the sparrow in the caged sparrow would be well nourished. By then, they would both be in the same realm, and each of them would be in the same realm. Only then would they be in the same realm. Breaking through the realm and killing enemies would be as easy as picking up money from the ground. However, these were all things that were out of reach. For now, he could only think about it and have some fun. When he arrived at the pavilion, Chen Pinggan sat with his legs crossed. He placed the narrow saber horizontally on his knees and began to breathe to temper the remaining martial arts fate. At the same time, he was thinking about the deal with Frost Descent. He was doing 3 things at the same time, cultivating 2 things at the same time. After reaching the cave-dwelling realm, Chen Pinggan was used to being a cultivator in the lower 5 realms, regardless of how Frost Descent, an ascendant realm cultivator, treated it as a lower 5 realms cultivator. This was the first time he cultivated as an immortal in the middle 5 realms. When he was breathing leisurely, the aperture acupoints on Chen Pinggan's face were filled with white fog. Riki was pure, like slender but eye-catching snow-white serpents hanging upside down on the cliff. Especially in the middle of Chen Pinggan's eyebrows, there was a spot of divine light that flickered. And in the eyelids, there was a faint golden light. His eyes were like two caves, with two bright lights shining through the bamboo curtain at the door. This was the land immortal, appearance of Tao that Qi trainers below the earth immortal dreamed of. After fighting with 5 nascent soul realm cultivators for 5 rounds, regardless of whether it was practicing martial arts, forcefully tempering the martial arts fate into the root of the mountain, or checking the flaws through the injuries, or refining the flaws of the natal item, it could be said that he had gained a lot. Frost Descent abided by the rules and did not step into the pavilion. He was like a lonely ghost floating outside. Chen Pingan's deal with the extraterrestrial demon with 1 grain of grain rain money was almost coming to an end. 1 grain of grain rain money was divided into 10 grains of small heat money, all of which were used to buy Frost Descent's life. Frost Descent received the first grain of small heat money as a gift of the ancient dragon-slaying platform's execution item, the narrow saber Zhankhan. The string of inscriptions in the crystal heart could help Chen Pingan to forget himself faster and immerse his mind more deeply when he was meditating. Its effect was similar to that of a cultivator sitting on a cushion in a fairy's house and lighting up the mountain and water incense in the cave. Although it was a method of dripping water to penetrate a stone, it could not be underestimated. Cultivators in the lower 5 states absorbed the aura of heaven and earth like holding water with both hands. It was very difficult. After entering the middle 5 states, it was like having a bucket to draw water into an ancient well. Of course, it would be faster. Chen Pingan not only received a treasured saber that could defeat the flood dragon, but it could also benefit his cultivation in the future. It was very profitable. For the second grain of small heat money, Chen Pingan asked Frost Descent to explain in detail the cultivation tips of the Cave Realm, Sea Watching Realm, and Dragon Gate Realm, as well as the combination of all the major and middle refining natal items. Chen Pingan decided to enter the Cave Realm in the prison. At that time, the aura of heaven and earth was flowing backward. Frost Descent said with certainty that this was a matter of chance. He took the opportunity to wander around and help to find the 6 mountains of the Crown Prince who had opened 10 natal acupoints. He successfully obtained the 3rd grain of small heat money. Apart from Frost Descent's imparting of Taoism, dispelling doubts and earning money, Frost Descent also made an additional deal with Chen Pingan. Frost Descent only said that the sword fairy banner that was refined by Zhong needed to be erected at the top of the mountain temple with a secret technique. He did not mention the details at that time. Therefore, Chen Pingan obediently took the bait and made money by transforming the extraterrestrial demon. The Grandmaster Yingguan, a Qi cultivator of the Cave Realm, had an additional cultivation technique to add to the brocade. In addition, the imitation of the Beko Keikyung building pagoda could be used as an important supplementary natal item after opening a new acupoint in the Sea Watching Realm. The natal item of the 5 elements could absorb the aura of heaven and earth. And the aura of the 5 elements naturally produced in the small world of the human body could be refined by the Beko Keikyung building. It could be used to nourish 5 natal items with half the effort. This was Frost Descent's timely help. In addition, how to add the finishing touch to the murals in the Water Mansion, 3 kinds of celestial secret methods that Frost Descent imparted to the ancestor of the hidden official only cost Chen Pingan 1 grain of small heat money. Frost Descent had already obtained 4 grains of small heat money. The 2 short swords that Frost Descent seemed to be casual and only said carving the boat in the past. Frost Descent deliberately said it vaguely because he didn't want to reveal the real origin. The 2 short swords were respectively inscribed with the words desecration and lake. The former one was already in Chen Pingan's blade-nourishing gourd and was not in the category of business. However, the short sword with the word lake inscribed with the word ancestor of the hidden official, Frost Descent offered 1 grain of small heat money and Chen Pingan also agreed. Unknowingly, the otherworldly demon had already earned 5 grains of small heat money. After Chen Pingan entered the Dragon Gate realm, he could start refining the 2 ancient swords into 2 flood dragons in the Dragon Cho Pond of the Water Mansion. As for the flood dragon of water that was originally condensed from the water core, he could refine it into a pearl of water. In the future, on the path of cultivation, the stronger the water fate, the higher the grade of the pearl. First, he gave away the short sword with the word desecration for free. Then, He talked about the benefits of refining the short sword with the word lake, the sword immortal banner, and the imitation Bek Okakyung building. In fact, the otherworldly demon was fishing. He gave half of the bait and kept the other half. Chen Pinggan didn't mind Frost Descent's business methods. After all, it was a fair trade. It couldn't be considered a forced trade. Other than that, Frost Descent continuously used the celestial cave robe that was both real and fake, the 2 green snakes beside his ears, and all the golden sand and golden body fragments that he obtained from the longevity fellow to make a deal with Chen Pinggan for 4 grains of small heat money. Only 1 grain of small heat money was left. After pooling 1 grain of grain rain money, according to the agreement, the otherworldly demon Frost Descent could immediately leave the prison and obtain unfettered freedom. Moreover, once it left the prison, Chen Pinggan and Chen Qingju could no longer target it. As long as it didn't follow the demon race into the vast world and didn't harm any sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it could go to the wasteland to be an overlord, or go to the vast world to hide its tracks, support puppets, and establish a sect. It was all up to it. During this period, Frost Descent was once willing to buy a small story of a contract with Chen Pinggan with a piece of snow money on credit. In the end, Chen Pinggan quickly used a piece of snow money to exchange with Frost Descent for the real material of the 5 Thunder Seal. Frost Descent suddenly said, "I originally thought that the inconspicuous piece of snow money would become the winner of our deal. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to eliminate the doubts in my heart so quickly." Once Frost Descent had 9 grains of small heat money and some scattered snow money, but even if it was only 1 grain of grain rain money and only 1 grain of snow money, the deal still couldn't be completed. In this deal, the awkward part of the otherworldly demon Frost Descent was that it was only 1 grain of small heat money and it would die. Even if it was only 1 grain of snow money, it would still die. Chen Pinggan still had his eyes closed and said frankly, "At first, I thought of tampering with this snow money, but I changed my mind later." Frost Descent stopped and asked worriedly, "You haven't made up your mind not to give me the last grain of small heat money, have you? Ancestor Ingguan, please don't do business like this, it's too damaging to your moral standing." Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and shook his head, "Of course not, I'll do the first grain of small heat money with you and you can live." Frost Descent nodded gently and said doubtfully, "I know about this, but I've never dared to believe it." Chen Pinggan said, "Do you want to see Frost Descent so much? For a otherworldly demon who has obtained pure freedom, do you still need to be so obsessed?" The two of them were silent. Chen Pinggan continued, "You are no longer an immortal couple. Moreover, with your cultivation and state of mind, aren't you always together with the great cultivator, Frost Descent, inseparable? Because the inner demon of Frost Descent was his beloved woman. It should be a Dao fate after Frost Descent reached the upper 5 states. It was not until Frost Descent reached the Ascendant Realm, or even when he was trying to reach the Lost Realm, that this otherworldly demon really appeared. However, Frost Descent had never been able to completely eliminate this inner demon. In the end, they were separated from each other. It was estimated that Frost Descent used some mysterious Daoist magic to only expel the inner demon, but he couldn't really subdue, refine, or kill this inner demon. However, these were all baseless speculations. Only God knew the truth, unless Chen Pinggan went to the Qingming world in the future and could see the real Frost Descent. The otherworldly demon squinted and asked, "How did you guess it? Was it the embroidered handkerchief of the woman's boudoir that revealed my origin, or was it my instinct to avoid you when you touched my head?" Chen Pinggan asked back, "Guess what? Didn't you deliberately want me to know the truth?" The otherworldly demon, who had the appearance of a white-haired boy, smiled sweetly. She floated in the air and clapped her hands lightly. She praised from the bottom of her heart, "What a great patriarch hidden official. Chen Pinggan has never disappointed anyone." Chen Pinggan said, "The last small sum of money, let's make a promise of 100 years. Before you and I meet again, you help me secretly protect a person." The white-haired boy gently flicked the green snake beside his ear and said, "The 5th world only allows Qi cultivators below the upper 5 states to enter. I don't dare to violate the rules of Confucianism. I want to, but I can't. This deal is difficult for me." Chen Pinggan, are you being unkind? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "My master is there. I believe that the scholarly sage who guards the pass will turn a blind eye to you in the end. However, you only have one chance to act. After that, you will be expelled by the scholarly sage at most. At that time, you will have to listen to my master's arrangements. Whether it is returning to the vast world, settling down in Luorpa Mountain, or being imprisoned in the Forest of Merits, I will find you. No matter what price I have to pay, I will keep my promise and restore your freedom. If you don't act, you and I will meet in the fifth world." The white-haired boy asked, "What if?" Chen Pinggan said in a deep voice, "What if I can't keep my promise to find you? After 100 years, no matter what, you will still be free." The white-haired boy began to wander around the pavilion, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. He began to discuss the details with the young hidden official. Scholars care about their reputation the most. It's not much of a secret for me to hide in a sword cultivator's soul. Even if that teacher of yours helps me, it's still inappropriate, isn't it? If Twisting Heart can go to the fifth world, her soul is deep enough. However, she is in the unpolished Jade realm and can't go. You can't blame me for this. First, that great demon who caught the pavilion has its own specialization. Second, it can hide in the depths of the soul of a Jindan sword cultivator and successfully hide from the sword cultivators. Obviously, it can't be done in a day. If you give me 3 to 5 years of time, I am confident that I can find a Jindan cultivator and take over the nest of a magpie. Chen Pinggan said, "I will help you find a place to hide." The white-haired boy said with emotion, "The hidden official's plan is flawless. There are thousands of words in my heart, but when they reach my mouth, they become speechless." Chen Pinggan stood up and hung the saber on his waist again. "If you agree to this, please don't do anything unnecessary in that brand new world in the future. Don't try it again. Otherwise, you will have to burn incense every day and beg me to die in this great wall of sword chi." Chen Pinggan smiled and squinted. "Before every fight, I never like to say harsh words to people. Today, I will make an exception for you. Please cherish it." The white-haired boy no longer had a mischievous expression. He bowed respectfully. "I will follow the ancestors' decree. From now on, the deal of 1 grain of grain rain money is considered complete." Chen Pinggan leaned back and fell to the ground. He put his hands behind his head and said, "I will go back and test the depth of Meng Po and Ching Chio's cultivation. If I can't even deal with them, I will have to trouble you to use the dove fairy technique to fight for me." Chen Pinggan closed his eyes and said, "Maybe you purposely let me know the identity of the woman and mistakenly thought that you were the inner demon of the woman Shuangjiang admired. In fact, it was all a trick. It doesn't matter. You have won. I didn't lose anything anyway." The white-haired boy said with a sad expression, "The hero is not free. The ancestor's heroic look is really distressing." Chen Pinggan unsheathed his blade. He didn't even look at the otherworldly demon. He quickly slashed his blade. The otherworldly demon quickly condensed and jumped towards the pavilion. It gave a thumbs up and clapped its hands again and again. "You are not a hero who can turn the world upside down. You are also a hero who can destroy mountains and rivers. Ancestor. Oh, what a good blade technique." Twisting Heart sat on the steps in the distance. She looked at the otherworldly demon and the green-robed man in the pavilion. They were about to leave. It was very likely that they would go to different places. She suddenly felt reluctant to part with them. As a sewing person, she had never been so lively in her life of cultivation. Yet, it was stable. She didn't have to worry about the unpredictable schemes on the mountain. No one looked at her as if she was a ghost. A group of 3 people walked on a lonely street. Li Cai was dressed in a snow-white robe. A slender snow-white sword, Shuangjiao, was tied to her waist. The sword in the scabbard had already been broken into 2. Other than the female leader of the Fuping sword sect, there was also a young man, Chen Li, and a young girl, Gao Yuqing. They would follow Li Cai to the North Continent and become her direct disciples. Li Cai admitted that she wasn't as heroic as Lu Ji. Her appearance had already recovered. The scar on her cheek wasn't obvious, but her face was pale. It was obvious that she hadn't fully recovered. The real hidden danger was that Li Cai's natal flying sword, Snowflake, was severely damaged. She probably wouldn't be able to reach the immortal realm for the rest of her life. Li Cai didn't care. When a woman's realm was high, it was easy for her to not get married. It didn't matter how good her temper was. This female sword deity had been fighting non-stop since she arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She led the charge every time. A few years ago, there were many rules in the Summer Palace. The hidden officials' messenger flying swords were the most annoying and restricted sword deities. Among the sword deities, the one who scolded the young hidden officials the most was definitely Li Cai. She was far better than the local sword deities. After Li Cai retreated from the city with serious injuries, she gave up all her battle achievements. She only asked for a sword and a robe from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She had a close friend, Taixia progenitor Li Yu. They had agreed to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi together to kill demons. When they arrived at the wine shop, Li Cai looked at the uninvolved plaque. In the end, she only pulled one off the wall and held it in her hand. She wasn't in a hurry to return to the North Continent. She wanted to travel to the South Continent. For example, she wanted to visit the mountain where the sword deity, Yuan Qingshu, lived. Li Cai had a broken blade strengthening gourd with her. It was Yuan Qingshu's relic and should be returned to his sect. In the past, Yuan Qingshu had joked with the local sword deity, Gao Kue, about using the blade strengthening gourd to store wine and the name of a great demon to accompany the wine. In the end, both of them died. Li Cai turned to look at the two small heads at the door of the shop. She smiled and said, "Tell the second shopkeeper that this uninvolved plaque has been taken away." Feng Kangol said, "It doesn't matter. Just take it away." The second shopkeeper wouldn't even dare to fart when he sees such a beautiful girl. Not only did she go to another shop to spend money to drink, but she also made a big fuss and embarrassed her own shop. The peach board had a good memory. She remembered all the customers who came to the wine shop to buy and drink. She asked, "Sister Zhao, why hasn't our second shopkeeper shown himself yet? Is he wearing a woman's skin again and making himself look pretty? Is he secretly killing demons?" Li Cai laughed. "Sister Zhao, did the second shopkeeper teach you that?" The peach board nodded. Feng Kangol complained, "Why are you nodding like an idiot? You're not sincere at all." Li Cai stopped smiling and said, "Give me a pot of each type of wine. I want to bring them to the South Continent." Gao Yuqing was carving words on the uninvolved plaque with his flying sword. Chen Li rolled his eyes and said, "What's so good about that Pang Yuanji?" Gao Yuqing turned around and hid the uninvolved plaque. She said angrily, "It's none of your business." Li Cai stood at the door of the shop and looked at the top of the city. She came here to fight to her heart's content. She didn't think that her swordsmanship was far from enough. In the end, she owed sword deity Yarrow a huge favor. The problem was, how was she going to repay him in the future? How was she going to repay him? The youth looked lonely. "Master, am I going to be a disciple of the Fuping Sword sect from now on?" Li Cai said, "Then learn from the second shopkeeper." Vast world, hidden official Chen Pingan. Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chen Li of Fuping Sword Lake. Don't delay each other. Home comes first, cultivation comes second. Don't forget your roots. The youth nodded. That was a good idea. Li Cai finally left the Great Wall of Sword Chi with the youth. There were no cross-continent ferries from the North Continent to the inverted hanging mountain for the time being. They found an immortal inn to stay in. Li Cai drank alone. Li Tuimi, Dao Wen, Zhu Cheng, Nailan Yeshing, Gao Kue, Yarrow Chongdao, Dong Sangeng, Zhong Jiao and Li Ding of the White Mountain Continent, Yuan Qingshu of the South Continent, Han Huizi of the Taihui Sword Sect, Xie Ji of the Fuyao Continent. There were so many young sword cultivators. Many of them were around the same age as Chen Li and Gao Yuqing. There would only be more and more of them. Li Cai's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. She leaned against the window. "Let's just drink to death in this *T unpolished jade realm." Gao Yuqing stayed next door. The girl was still adapting to the environment of the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The difference between spirit chi and sword chi was like heaven and earth. Chen Li was a careless person. While practicing his sword, he was at a shop in the inn that specialized in selling treasures on the mountain. He was weighing his money bag. Because the entire Lingji Zhai had already moved away, the various factions familiar with the inverted hanging mountain had previously cleared out their inventory and sold many low-grade spirit artifacts at a low price. This inn was one of them, so there weren't many transcendent artifacts. At first glance, there was a dazzling array of dazzling artifacts. Li Cai, who had been paying attention to Chen Li's sword intent in the distance, frowned. Her murderous aura surged as she rushed over. Li Cai reached out and grabbed the youth's natal flying sword. Blood flowed from her palm and dripped to the ground. She was unaware of it. She said to Chen Li, "So many sword cultivators died. I didn't ask you to come to the vast world to die. If you really want to die, you can wait until you become a sword immortal. If a sword cultivator in the sea viewing realm dies, who will remember who you are? If you can't hold it in any longer, you might as well become a mountain cultivator. You will die quickly. Otherwise, when you cultivate in the future, you will be killed first and I will be angered to death by you. I won't know how to avenge you." The person targeted by Chen Li's flying sword was a flustered shopkeeper. When he saw Li Cai, he bowed and apologized to the female sword immortal. Anyway, there were many reasons, such as being blind and not worthy of death. Of course, there was no need to kill. In the end, Chen Li's sword heart was unstable. His murderous intent was too strong. He had already left the battlefield, but his sword heart was still reverberating there. This was a good thing. However, if Li Cai didn't do anything, even if Chen Li reached the North Continent, he would die as soon as he left the mountain. Li Cai opened her hand and the youth immediately kept his flying sword. Chen Li said guiltily, "I don't have any complaints towards Master, nor towards the North Continent." Li Cai smiled. "Master doesn't care about this. I only care if you practice your sword well and if there is a sword immortal in Fuping Sword Lake." Chen Li said honestly, "It is still a little difficult to become a sword immortal within 60 years. Li Cai patted the youth's shoulder and wiped the blood from her palm. "You are a man. Show some courage. You are my direct disciple. Even if you are only a sword cultivator of the middle 5 realms, when you talk to others, especially when you yell about killing, you have to have the tone of a sword immortal of the upper 5 realm." Upon hearing the words century-old sword immortal and sword immortal of 60 years, the shopkeeper in charge of the inn's shop felt his eyelids twitch. He regretted it and quickly thought of a way to remedy the situation. Li Cai and the youth spoke telepathically, and the youth reluctantly bought the spirit artifact that he liked at a high price. When they returned to their residence, Li Cai asked telepathically, "Do you remember that guy? Get back at him yourself in the future." Chen Li beamed from ear to ear and nodded vigorously. Li Cai knocked on Jiao Youqing's door and grabbed the girl's cheek, pinching it hard. Chen Li needs to control his temper. "Jiao Youqing, what's wrong with you? Was he too timid and afraid of trouble? If Chen Li attacks, Master will stop him, but she will be happy. You, on the other hand, are just watching from afar. You don't have the slightest intention to attack. Master is very unhappy." Jiao Youqing, whose cheek was pinched, said timidly, "Master, my brother wants me to endure when I reach the vast world. I must not cause trouble." Li Cai spat. No wonder Marquis Jiao Yi is still a rotten nascent soul. Jiao Youqing's eyes immediately turned red. Not only did he miss his brother who he had depended on since childhood, he was also worried that the separation between them was not as simple as life. He was worried that it was actually a silent farewell. Li Cai immediately let go and said softly, all right. If you want to endure, then endure. However, Master can teach the two of you a trick. If you are bullied, then endure. But if your fellow disciples are bullied, then chop them to death. Mother *kur, kill those who should be killed. Don't chop those who shouldn't be killed. Just chop them until they are half dead. Our floating duckweed sword lake still has some money. We can afford the medical fees. This way, you and Chen Li will endure what you need to endure and vent your anger. If you really can't beat them, you can go back home and call Master to help you. At the beginning, the young man and woman were quite happy when they heard it, but when they heard go back home, they became silent and sad. Li Cai sighed softly and waved her hand. She went to drink and left a sentence for her disciples: go practice your swords. Old Deaf finally returned to the prison. Yu Yu and Chang Ming followed him to the pavilion for the first time. Dream Granny's prison was already empty. Old Deaf came to the stairs and glanced at the pavilion. There was a young hidden official who was wearing an unfamiliar robe. The robe was huge and the sleeves dragged on the ground. Chen Pinggan seemed to be in meditation. He did not notice Old Deaf's arrival. Old Deaf stretched out his hand and grabbed the jasper hairpin that Chen Pinggan had pinned in his hair bun. He pulled it in front of him and said solemnly, "Boss Sword Immortal wants to borrow this item. I'll return it to you soon." Chen Pinggan remained indifferent. Old Deaf glanced at Twisted Heart, who was sitting at the bottom of the stairs and carefully kept the jasper hairpin in his sleeve. The old man did not trust that otherworldly demon, but this one-track-minded young lady was more reliable. Twisted Heart sensed Old Deaf's scrutinizing gaze and said, "It's fine. He asked for it. It has nothing to do with Wu Shuangjiang." The woman who appeared from the gold essence copper coin frowned slightly. Shuangjiang chuckled, "Dao friend Chang Ming, there's no such thing as taking all the advantages in the world. Getting 9 for 1 is the right thing to do. You should learn more from my ancestor." The woman nodded gently. Yu Yu did not know why, but when she looked at the young hidden official's figure, she felt a little apprehensive. Old Deaf rushed over and disappeared in a flash, leaving the prison. The young man and woman walked up the stairs together. Shuangjiang followed behind. "Dao friend Chang Ming, shall we continue to plunder the land?" The woman smiled, "I've been waiting for a long time." Gao Kuei's final sword was to ask Ancestor Dragon Sovereign. After Dragon Sovereign received the sword, he personally killed the last sword immortal of his lineage. Not far away from the grey-robed man, Withered Bones by Ying was sitting on the throne. Seeing this scene, she felt that the minds of these sword cultivators were really strange. Fortunately, in the future, there would no longer be such an existence in the vast world. Other than Chen Chunan from the South Sora continent, who was more troublesome to deal with, the rest of the cultivators from the Fuyao continent and the Tongye continent, especially the group of cultivators who were said to have achieved the Tao at the peak of the mountain, as well as most of the cultivators from the Immortal Mountains, were well aware of their moral conduct. They knew who was on the genealogy records, how they were passed down in an orderly manner, what the ancestors and Earth Immortal cultivators had done for thousands of years, what their temperaments were like, and what their disciples sought. The most elegant sword immortal on the Great Wall of Sword Chi used to drink wine from a wine cup. He liked to lean against a smoking cage in the corridor and watch beauties perform swords. He made dozens of scented sachets, all of which were popular in the boudoirs of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Sun Juyuan's hair was disheveled and he was barefoot. With the sword immortal as the center of the battlefield, there were broken limbs and broken bones of the demon army. He held a broken long sword in his hand, and his robe was covered in blood. The sword immortal's vision was blurry as he looked around. Was this a dream? Life was a great drunkard. A sword immortal from the Central Plains who was born with a bitter face finally got the best of both worlds on the battlefield. There was also a young demon cultivator who cut off the head of an old sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. With tears in his eyes, he raised it high and shouted, "I have avenged my master." Then, he threw away the head in his hand and rushed forward to meet his death. Since he was on the battlefield and had to die, he could only try his best to win more merits for his sect and tribe. In the wasteland, those big demons and Earth Immortals were all fighting for territory in the vast world. The big demons of the upper 5 realms all had their own ways to go. The Earth Immortals might want to enter the upper 5 realms, or seize more feng shui treasures and natural treasures. However, the demon race, which was the largest in number, was only driven to this place. The whole wasteland was divided into 20 parts by the moon-bearing mountain. On the 20 routes to the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and constantly gathering, there were piles of bones of those who died before reaching the battlefield. The big demon Zhongguang twisted off the head of a sword immortal, who seemed to be surnamed Zhao. He didn't care, anyway, there would be a military tent to record this merit. The reason why this Ascendant Realm big demon in a bright red robe was willing to take the initiative to return to the battlefield was different from the pitiful Huang Luan who needed to make up for her mistakes. Zhongguang saw the complete reversal of the situation on the battlefield. After the scholar, the last sage of the three sects, shattered his natal word and died, the wasteland had completely suppressed the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The sword cultivators who went out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had no choice but to retreat to the top of the city. Just like the military tent predicted, as the battle continued, more and more sword cultivators died faster and faster. Alliance was besieged by 3 sovereign realm big demons in a world. He disappeared from the sight of the top of the city, and no one knew where he went for a long time. Liu Xiaoqi defeated Qi Tingji. In the center of the battlefield, only 2 sword immortals, Chen Shi and Nailan Xiaowei, were left. Then, there were Lu Ji, Yu Qing, Mi Hu, Guo Jiao, Yang Ming, and the sword immortal Chou Miao from the hidden official's lineage. They defended the front line to win a chance for the sword cultivators behind them to retreat to the top of the city. Apart from the sword immortals, there was also a short old woman. She had already punched through the heads and bodies of countless demon cultivators with her fists. The enemy facing the old woman at the moment was a burly demon cultivator from the military school in golden armor. His armor shone brightly, and golden light drifted around him. He held a blade with both hands, and there was another blade at his waist that had never been unsheathed. The demon had obviously been eyeing that female warrior for a long time. Far away from the battlefield, he used the power of shrinking mountains and rivers. After a sudden slash, the old woman's entire back was slashed open. The short old woman took a few steps to the side, and forcibly raised her fists again. If I was still at the 10th level at my peak, I, by Lianshuang, would be able to crush a mere nascent soul cultivator with one punch. A ray of white sword light that had been searching for the old woman's figure surged over. The sword split the military cultivator apart with his body and armor. The young woman flew to the old woman's side and said, "Let's go back together." In the distance, several big demons began to show themselves. "Young lady, that's it. Just let me take a break from now on." The old woman said softly, "Young lady, please go back quickly. If you don't agree, how can I fight with peace of mind? In the Yarrow family and the Ning family, I've never slacked off. Today, young lady, let me be selfish for once." The old woman stepped in front of Ning Yarrow and faced the battlefield in the south. Her back was to her hometown. She smiled and said, "Young lady, take care of yourself in the future, and take good care of young master. Young master is such a good man. If you meet him, don't let him go. Even old dog Nailan and I won't agree, let alone master and madam." The old woman said angrily, "Ning Yao, don't wait for me. Wait for Chen Pinggan. 100 years, 1,000 years, it's worth it." Bai Lianshuang, the 9th level martial cultivator, used his fists to open a path. Just like that, he and his fists went far away. On this trip, the old woman felt guilty, reluctant, and relieved. Chen Shi, who was at the forefront of the battlefield, slashed open the small world of a sovereign realm big demon. He turned the tip of his sword and directly found the big demon Zhongguang on the battlefield. In the Battle of the 13 and the Siege of the City, this Ascendant Realm big demon was the leader of the demons in the Savage Land. The big demon Zhongguang was dumbfounded. He didn't know what was wrong with Chen Shi. He was willing to sacrifice his life and cultivation just to kill Zhongguang. If Chen Shi only chased after him, Zhongguang wouldn't be afraid. He had countless methods to avoid Chen Shi's attack. At most, he would have to sacrifice his 100 years of cultivation and 1 or 2 defensive treasures. The sovereign realm big demon who fought with Chen Shi threw the lightning spear in his hand toward old sword immortal Chen Shi's back. Elsewhere, Nailan Xiaowei blocked the spear for his old friend Chen Shi at all costs. He allowed himself to be surrounded by 2 sovereign realm big demons and watched Chen Shi leave with his sword. The old man who carved the word Chen on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Energy had his life and sword intent in this sword. Zhongguang, the big demon, was an Ascendant Realm big demon. How could he not die? Nalan Xiaowei laughed loudly. Why don't we have another sovereign realm beast? The group of yin-yang cultivators and mohist mechanical engineers had left. Chen Sanxiu and Stack Zhong walked together. It was the first time they came to the Great Wall of Sword Energy. They took a cross-continent ferry called Coral Jade in the central Divine Continent. After crossing the gate, Chen Sanxiu looked back. Stack Zhong said, when we reach the central Divine Continent, we can wait for the door to open once every 100 years. The two found the Stork Inn. In the narrow alley of the inn, the young innkeeper sat at the door and basked in the sun. When he saw the white-robed man and the one-armed woman, he stood up and greeted them with a smile. Esteemed guests, please come in. After crossing the threshold, Chen Sanxiu said, Chen Pinggan once said that if you were still in the inverted hanging mountain, I should ask you if you were a cultivator. Chen Sanxiu smiled. Chen Pinggan also said that he didn't have any other intentions. He was just curious. The young innkeeper leaned on the counter and laughed. I'm just a small businessman. I can barely protect my ancestral property. How can I be considered a cultivator? Chen Sanxiu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The young innkeeper looked up and glanced at the table of lazy people in the hall. He was angry. They were open for business, but each of them was more arrogant than him. The Stork Inn had little business, so the servants had nothing to do. An old man was in charge of closing the door and opening the door, a middle-aged chef who wasn't good at cooking, a strong woman who cleaned the courtyard and the house, and a young girl who didn't treat people well. The four of them had the surname Nian. Nian Hong, Nian Dofang, Nian Chuantiao, and Nian Fenghua. They were gathered at a table. The man and woman sat on a bench. The old man and the young girl sat opposite each other. The young girl was lying on the table and yawning. An old man with a brandy nose stood on the bench. He was drinking wine. Every time he took a sip, he would close his eyes and shiver. A pot of wine could last half a day. The man seemed to be in a trance, but his hand under the table reached for the woman's leg. The woman slapped his hand away. After a while, he tried again. His perseverance was commendable. The woman was busy gossiping with the young girl. She told the young girl that the rumors around inverted hanging mountain were all lewd. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything to talk about. The reason why Immortal Master Cloud Sign of the Water Essence Palace wanted to leave the inverted hanging mountain was because a handsome junior of hers in the Water Essence Palace didn't care about seniority and was infatuated with her. Immortal Master Cloud Sign couldn't scold him, let alone agree to it. Thus, she could only leave in embarrassment. Also, at Elk Cliff, a female cultivator who was a tourist was ruthlessly pinched in the buttocks again. It was really strange. Every time she went there for a stroll, she didn't encounter such a vicious attack. The woman even asked the young girl if she had heard about the Lingji Zhai that moved away not long ago. Although there were many immortals in their inn, it was actually very messy. TSK, there were quite a few foxes who were really shameless. How did the returning customers come? Wasn't it because of the Immortal Master's banquet, all of them exposing their white breasts and calling out brother and sister in bed? The young shopkeeper brought 2 dishes to go with the wine. He walked around the counter and sat on the only empty bench. He placed the 2 dishes of soybeans and vinegar peanuts on the table. Then, he scolded the talkative woman with a smile. Can you please stop? I don't know who pretended to be a fox immortal and knocked on the door earlier. She was even called ugly. The young girl pressed her cheek against the table and asked softly, Shopkeeper, are you talking about Chen Sanxiu and Stack Zhong? The young shopkeeper nodded. He picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth. They're both very powerful young people. It's just that the killing intent in their hearts is a bit heavy. The old man took another sip of wine. The wine in his cup was not even a bit shallow. He drank until his whole body curled up. Chen Sanxiu, you seem to have quite a lot of sword and literary luck. You're a talent. As for that young girl, it doesn't matter if she's missing an arm. I can tell at a glance that she's going to bring good fortune to her husband. Oh, shopkeeper, our wine and soybeans are really amazing. The man muttered, You're the only one who can make wine that smells of horse urine taste like the best immortal wine. The young shopkeeper said helplessly, In any case, it's wine brewed in our own shop. Please say something nice and be a bit more polite. The young girl took out a small and exquisite rattle drum from her sleeve. The drum's surface was painted and sewn with dragon skin. It had a peachwood handle and a colored glass bead hanging from it. The old man frowned and said, "Put away the window flower." The young shopkeeper said with a smile, "It doesn't matter." Looking at the 4 people in front of him, the young shopkeeper said, "It's been so many years. You've worked hard." The woman sighed sadly. She took out a bamboo hairpin from her sleeve and placed it on the table. She fiddled with it gently. The man took advantage of the woman's distraction and slapped her buttocks. The sound was crisp and pleasing to the ear. The trembling sound was pleasing to the eye. It's not hard, it's not hard. There are no rules here. It's very comfortable. I don't even want to go back. The woman fiercely slapped the man's face, causing him to spin in a circle before falling to the ground. The man covered his face and sat back down on the bench. The woman raised her leg and kicked him to the farthest corner of the bench. The young girl named Nyan Guan Hua asked softly, "Shopkeeper, why did Madame Gui go back on her words? If she goes to our place, won't she really have peace? When the time comes, we'll introduce her to Beko Kakyung building." The young shopkeeper waved his hand, signaling the young girl to stop talking. The young shopkeeper looked out of the door and sighed, traveling against the wind alone without sleep. When did the guest's heart turn mournful? Holding a candle to check the hair on the temples, white snow gradually accumulates in another year. The man slapped the table and cheered loudly. The old man quickly took a sip of wine. "Amazing, amazing, I'm drunk." The young girl who had her face on the table was furious. She grabbed the edge of the table with both hands and only revealed her head above the table. She kicked the man with all her strength. The young shopkeeper smiled brightly and raised his hand to thank her. The woman looked at the shopkeeper opposite her and smiled knowingly. The shopkeeper in front of her was much cuter and more amiable than the deputy palace master in her hometown. The young shopkeeper picked up an old vinegar peanut and gently threw it back to the plate. He said slowly, "The little grass before the lamp writes the peach talisman." The other 4 people at the table stopped fooling around and sat upright. The young shopkeeper said, "If there's no other way, I can only go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even if there's suspicion of taking advantage of others. As for the rest of you, you don't have to follow me. If I want to go back to my hometown, it's not difficult." The 4 of them had no objections. Under the heavens, it was the same as Xuanju Temple. The palace master's words were the most effective, but he had been in seclusion for too many years. Therefore, the best fighter was the young shopkeeper, the guardian of the Lunar New Year. Nyan Hong, Daoist name Dragon in Cave, real name Zhong Yuanbua. Nyan Dofang, Daoist name Mountain Lord, Yu Cho. The woman who changed her name to Nyan Chuantiao and Yu Cho were actually Daoist companions. The young girl called Nyan Chuanhua, Daoist name Deng Zhu, was the daughter of the palace master of Suichu Palace. Every year on New Year's Eve, Suichu Palace had the custom of burning lanterns and candles, as well as the tradition of beating drums to chase away the plague ghosts. It was all done by the young girl. Of course, it wasn't because of her identity, but because of her cultivation. In terms of seniority and realm, not counting the number of people, half of Suichu Palace was in this small Stork Sparrow Inn. However, apart from the young shopkeeper, the other 4 people traveled far away. They didn't have complete souls, and their true bodies and young spirits were still in Suichu Palace. Their yin deity's journey could be said to be extremely far. The ferry docked at the inverted mountain. Chen Sanchio and Stack Zhong left the inn and boarded the ferry. The name of the ferry, Shanhu Jade, made Chen Sanchio grab onto the railing tightly. He had read too many books, his realm was too low, and his swordsmanship was too weak. Since the courier had arrived, Baojue had just arrived. He knelt down with the box in his hands. His internal organs were shocked. Chen Sanchio smiled miserably. He subconsciously reached for the wine pot at his waist, only to remember that he had already quit drinking. He didn't bring any wine with him when he left his hometown. Stack Zhong didn't know how to comfort Chen Sanchio. In the past, she was a single-armed young woman who had no relatives or friends, so she was completely carefree. Actually, she occasionally envied the bustling Chen clan estate on Elephant Street. But now, she didn't know who should be envious. Chen Sancho thought of Sister Ning, Fatty Yang, Dong Haitan, and the little girl Guozhujiu. Each of them hung a nameplate on the wall of his wine shop. The girl who didn't cry even when her arm was chopped off immediately raised her remaining arm to cover her eyes. The nascent soul sword cultivator Cheng Quan led the group. He carried a sword box wrapped in cotton cloth. The old man brought a dozen young people to the inverted mountain. Among them were Yang Ming and Dong Huafu, who were at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. They met the old perfected one who was holding a horsetail whisk with dragon whiskers. Cheng Quan handed the old perfected one a personal letter from the Daoist saint and a family letter with many restrictions. He hoped that the great heavenly lord would bring it back to the Qingming world in the future. The old perfected one caught a glimpse of a young sword cultivator. The young man took out a wooden handle with the tail of a sword. The old perfected one sighed. "Keep it for yourself. It should be an immortal opportunity for you." Under the lead of the old perfected one, the group climbed up the lonely mountain in the middle of the inverted mountain. They were personally arranged in a mansion halfway up the mountain by the old perfected one. Cheng Quan found Yang Zhuo and gave him an item that had been set up by the Daoist saint. He said that the young recluse had asked Alliance to hand it to the Daoist saint and then asked the Daoist saint to pass it to him. In the future, when he reached the Qingming world, he could bring this item and travel to the great mystic temple. Cheng Quan said, "Chen Pinggan must have his reasons for going through so much trouble." Yang Zhuo nodded and put away the item. Yang Zhuo's expression was dull. Dong Huafu only sat quietly by the side. Cheng Quan looked at the two young people and could only say that no matter how difficult the days were, they had to pass them. Outside the small courtyard, the ancient pine trees on the mountain were like snow. Wei Jin and Miu, two sword immortals at the bottleneck of the Jade Pure Realm, and a golden core cultivator, Wei Wenlong, who was easily ashamed of his inferiority. They took the cross-continent ferry from Old Dragon City to Osmanthus Island and left the inverted mountain. The entire Spring Banner House disappeared overnight. Of the 4 private mansions on the inverted mountain, Yuanzhuo's mansion had been demolished into an empty frame. The Plum Blossom Garden and Spring Banner House were no longer there. Only the lonely Water Essence Palace was left. Furthermore, Ancestral Master Cloud Sign, who was originally in charge of this immortal mansion, had already brought a large group of young disciples to visit immortals. Wei Wenlong's senior and junior brothers would follow sword immortal Xiao Yunyang to the south-swirling continent. Previously, Wei Wenlong had followed Miu to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time. This time, he followed Miu to leave the inverted mountain. Yang Ming had gone to the battlefield. Nayland Saihuan took the Nanji ferry from the Shanshui cavern to the Fuyao continent. She might not take root there. She might head further north to the Golden Armor continent or even the Drifting Dawn continent. The Haoliang Blade Strengthening Gourd was secretly handed to Xiao Yunyang by the young secluded official and handed to Miu. Miu planned to give it to the charcoal lass named Pei Qian in the name of the young secluded official. In fact, his brother's Blade Strengthening Gourd had originally belonged to Chen Pinggan. The 3 of them stayed in the small courtyard of the Gui lineage that belonged to the young secluded official. When the ferry passed by the Rain Dragon sect, Miu took a few glances from afar. The corner of his mouth twitched. On Osmanthus Island, whether it was the few returning passengers or the many ferry members, other than the graceful Madame Gui, everyone was in a state of panic. Wei Jin discussed with the 2 of them. When returning to his hometown, the Aquarius continent, they would disembark from Old Dragon City. They would first go to the Snow Wind Temple's immortal plateau. He needed to offer wine at his master's grave. Then, they would head straight for Luopo Mountain. After that, Wei Wenlong would stay at Luopo Mountain while Miu would head to the North Continent's Taihui sword sect. Wei Wenlong had no objections. However, Miu said that it would be best if the Taihui sword sect was willing to take him in as a registered consecrator. They were giving him face. If they were not willing, then so be it. He had already decided to eat and drink at Luopo Mountain. The peak of Osmanthus Island was suitable for viewing the scenery. The sunset was brilliant. The jade unpolished realm sword immortal with his intrinsic flying sword, Rosy Skies, was sitting alone on the railing. He had the Howliang blade nurturing calabash hanging by his waist. He held a flask of Osmanthus wine in his hand, its fragrance assailing his nostrils. For some reason, Guozhuzhou did not follow him to the Aquarius continent. She was also a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage. Guozhuzhou was also an official disciple of the hidden official. Furthermore, Miu wished to have someone from the same hometown as him. He had heard the young hidden official mention that the manager of the Osmanthus Island ferry, the Jindan stage sword cultivator Ma Ji, was a senior worth befriending. As for Madame Gui's only disciple, Osmanthus lady, Jin Su. Miu had heard of her before. But now, Miu only wanted to drink. He was too lazy to think about anything else. Because the business of the ferry had become more and more pure, the number of visitors to the inverted suspended mountain decreased year by year. This caused the business of the painters on Osmanthus Island to deteriorate. Over time, there was only one painting stall left under the Osmanthus tree. Many painters of the Fan clan had already left Osmanthus Island. They had gone to Old Dragon City to find a way out. The one who stayed behind was a middle-aged painter. His cultivation talent was not good. He was a chi cultivator of the lower 5 realms. If he was in the vassal states of the Aquarius continent, it would not be difficult to be a court painter. But he was living under someone else's roof, and did not earn much. One painting was sold for a few hundred to a few thousand silvers. In the painting circle of the secular dynasties, it was considered a sky-high price. But compared to the money of the gods, it was nothing. Seeing the man sitting at the railing in a daze, the painter took a bottle of wine from Old Dragon City. He could not afford to drink Osmanthus wine, and walked towards the unknown man. Drinking with friends, who knows, he might be able to get some extra business. The painting stall was not open for business. It had been a long time, and it was unbearable. Miu turned his head and looked at the painter of the Fan clan who stood beside him for a long time. He did not know what to say. He asked, "I heard that to paint here, one painting costs 30 snow coins. If you want 3 paintings, it will be cheaper. Only 25 snow coins?" The painter nodded his head. "In the past, when business was good, we could get 5 snow coins for the 25 snow coins. Now that business is hard to do, the Fan clan is generous, and gave it all to the painter." The guest did not speak the language of the Aquarius continent fluently, but he heard that this handsome young man was the friend of the Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin. Then he should be at least an earth immortal? Miu laughed. "Don't tell me you are called Su Yu Ting." The painter was surprised. "How do you know my name?" Su Yu Ting knew that his painting skills, in the eyes of the immortal masters on the mountain, even if it was not unsightly, it was definitely not a painting expert. Miu laughed. "Does the 10% discount still count? If it does, I will ask Master Su to paint 3 paintings for me." Master Su. Adding the word Shi to the surname, just like adding the word Zi to the surname, was a very commendatory way of saying things on the mountain and at the foot of a mountain. Su Yu Ting was startled at first, then suddenly realized. He extended a finger and shook it lightly. He racked his brains, as though he remembered who it was, but he could not remember clearly. Miu reminded, "It's a young man with a sword sheath and straw sandals." Su Yu Ting hit his palm with his fist and laughed. I remember. That mister was a little restrained at first, but after drinking wine, he became very spirited. Su Yu Ting blushed with shame. "I did not expect that mister to still remember me." Miu nodded and said, "He mentioned you to me before and praised you a lot. He said that Mr. Su's paintings are lively and colorful, subtle and meticulous, just right. So he told me that if I have the chance to go to Osmanthus Island in the future, I must ask you to paint. It will definitely not be a loss." Su Yu Ting blushed and whispered, "I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it." Miu jumped down the railing and went to the ancestor Osmanthus tree. Dusk gradually passed, dusk gradually arrived. Miu looked up. Under the tree, he waited for the moon. Lu Ji. Beside her was Madame Wu Yang, who wore a hedgerow to cover her face. Walking out of the great wall of sword chi from the new door, Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyang was followed by a few Spring Banner House direct disciples. They left Inverted Hanging Mountain together. At the old door, the little Daoist boy glanced at the lonely mountain, kept the book and praying mat, and said, "Let's go." The sword-wielding man squatted on the spot and nodded, "Yes." The little Daoist boy asked, "Are you really not going to follow me to the Green Netherworld?" Zhonglu shook his head, "I want to open my eyes wide and look at the vast world. I want to see if I can still treat the Great Wall of Swordchi as a joke in the future." The little Daoist boy flashed and came to the foot of the Water Fairy Palace mountain. He used his divine power, bent and straightened his back, and flipped the entire Water Fairy Palace from Inverted Hanging Mountain into the sea. On this day, the great Heavenly Lord threw out his master's decree at the mountain peak. He turned into a rainbow light and went straight to the sky screen. Then, he activated the array. This world's largest mountain seal broke open the sky screen. Then, a few Beko Kekyung building Daoist immortals pulled Inverted Hanging Mountain into the Green Netherworld from the vortex of the sky screen at the border between the two worlds. At the original location of Inverted Hanging Mountain, only the old door of the Savage World and the Vast World and the Great Sword Immortal who betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Zhonglu, were left. Chen Qing revealed his Dharma form and split open the sky with a sword. The entire city ascended. The demon army had already rushed to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, which was no longer guarded by anyone. All the demon sword cultivators in the Savage World, regardless of whether they were sword immortals or sword immortals, attacked with their swords to stop the city. Most of the sovereign stage demons in the Savage World, as well as many of the upper 5 realms, chose to attack the Dharma form of the sword immortal. The grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, the grey-robed elder, sneered, "How pitiful. This is your last sword. In this war, when it comes to killing demons, you, Chen Qing, can't even compare to a sword immortal of the lower 5 realms." The grey-robed elder took a step forward. His Dharma form was majestic, and his figure was even taller than the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He clenched his fists and borrowed the power of the great Tao of the entire savage world to punch at the center of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He directly punched a huge hole in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, which even Chen Qing couldn't block with his sword and protect with all his might. The grey-robed elder's Dharma form stood in the middle of the hole and smashed its fists on both sides of the wall. With every punch, Chen Qing's Dharma form, which was still indestructible despite being hit by the sovereign stage demon's natural mystique, became a little more blurry. The sword immortal's Dharma form only stood where the city was. After breaking through the sky with his sword, he stood upright and used his hands to tear apart the whirlpool, not allowing it to close. Since the Great Wall of Sword Chi was built, this was the first time it had suffered such a huge damage. Furthermore, the city wall was directly split into 2. At the prison, a person walked out with his head lowered and his back bent, swaying as he walked. The silhouette of that person could be vaguely seen. Only a pair of golden eyes were shining brightly. The rest of the silhouette was blurred, as if the person's entire body was made up of thousands of fine black lines. That figure rose from the ground and landed heavily on the top of the city wall, causing countless demons to be shaken off. Some of the demons with sufficient cultivation base also instinctively chose to avoid that strange existence. The black figure that landed on the top of the city wall raised his head and looked up. He raised his arm high and bid farewell to her. It was as if his sweetheart was Tian Yu, and they were completely different from now on. The black figure turned around and turned his back to the city that was slowly ascending. He turned his back to the sword immortal, Chen Qing. Chen Qing's Dharma form said loudly, "Kid, remember the agreement. I can break the contract, but you can't. Defend half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If the wilderness wreaked havoc in the vast world for 10 years or 100 years, then he would defend it for 10 years or 100 years. If it was 10,000 years, then Chen Pingan would have to sit here for 10,000 years." Chen Qing's remnant soul came to the side of that figure and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The black figure shook his head gently and then nodded. The sword immortal smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. The black figure took a step back and bowed to bid farewell to the sword immortal. As they spoke, the sword immortal's soul had already dissipated. He had truly merged into the half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi beneath their feet. Chen Qing no longer existed in this world. The ethereal black figure still did not say a word. He stepped onto the top of the southern city wall, put 2 fingers together, and suddenly swiped. On the top of the city wall, the sword immortal true spirits that walked out of the venerating sword pavilion's painting appeared one after another. The sword immortals in the painting did not have intelligence. They only knew that apart from the black figure, anyone who ascended to the top of the city wall would be killed. As long as half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi remained, these sword immortals would not die. After doing this, the black figure instantly came to the gap in the city wall. The demons that tried to intercept him midway, whether it was the cultivator's true body or the offensive magic treasure, were instantly turned into dust. The black figure stood on a cliff, facing the grey-robed elder who was standing on the other side of the city wall. The black figure's golden eyes stared at the other party. The grey-robed elder shook his head and said, "Why bother?" Under the feet of both parties, the gap between the 2 sections of the city wall was like a wide road. Countless demon army swarmed through it. The black figure disappeared into thin air. After appearing in the distance, he pulled down a jade unpolished realm demon that had crossed the city wall. He grabbed its head with one hand, and the demon's forehead was instantly mangled. Just like that, the black figure lifted it into the air. Remember this, Chen Pinggan is still guarding the city walls in this world. 685. Liu Cha carried a sword and a saber on his back like a bearded ranger. He came to the side of the grey-robed elder and asked, "Aren't we going to touch the words on the city wall?" Half of the Great Wall of Sword aura had fallen into the wilderness. It would soon be completely refined by the great ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain. The grey-robed elder smiled, "Keep it. The immortals of the vast world don't know how to respect the strong. Let us do it." Sword Immortal Shou Chen arrived on his sword and said respectfully, "The 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain have been arranged." There were some sword cultivators whose names weren't on the register. They weren't satisfied because they had some minor military exploits. "I killed 3 of them before I stopped." Li Zhen and several other potential sword immortals also came to join in the fun. Li Zhen smiled, "Bad habits can't be spoiled." "Good job, Sword Immortal Shou Chen." Other than Li Zhen, Zhu Jing, Yu Sai, Tan, and the female sword cultivator who changed into a new skin, Liu Bai, were all gathered here. On the city wall that belonged to the wilderness, this group of talented sword cultivators found a place to nurture their flying swords. They tried their best to obtain the essence of the ancient sword immortals to increase their sword luck. The untraceable sword immortals' will and chi were the purest. Later generations of sword cultivators would get lucky if they were compatible with their swordsmanship. For tens of thousands of years, foreign sword cultivators who came here could get it. The demon sword cultivators in the wilderness could also get it on the battlefield. In order to help the 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain, the great demon had begun to clean up the battlefield to prevent it from being contaminated with sword luck and hindering the future of the great Tao of the group of geniuses. What's more, the ruins of the battlefield under the city wall were still useful. They could be moved to the old site of the inverted mountain to change the time of the vast world. Li Zhen suggested, if anyone kills an ascendant realm in the vast world, he can carve a word on the north side of the city wall. What do you think? The grey-robed elder nodded, "Okay." Liu Cha smiled, "It will be ugly." Li Zhen gently stomped his feet, "Even the ancestor can only refine it, but he can't keep it in his pocket." It was rumored that back then, the Tao ancestor had even ridden an ox to pass through this pass and traveled all over the world. The grey-robed elder shook his head with a smile. "If Chen Qing can't do it, I can't do it either. The Great Wall of Sword Chi can be broken, but it can't be kept in one sleeve. It's just like sword immortals can die, but they can't be humiliated." Of course, there were many old stories. In any case, if it weren't for the fact that Chen Qingdo wanted to use his sword to split the heavens and send the sword cultivators away, even if I went all out against Chen Qingdo and the Great Wall of Sword energy, I would have crippled many of the mountains, rivers, and destiny of the wildlands. That wouldn't be worth it. It's not what I want. Li Zhen held the back of his head with both hands and looked at the opposite city wall. It was just that that guy was already far away, otherwise, he would have greeted the hidden official properly and tried to establish a friendship. It's all right. We'll practice our swordsmanship here and break through one by one. Then, we'll go to the vast world to ask for swords. Sai Chen said, that inverted mountain has also ascended and left. It's just that the second brother's decree opened the way, and the 3 city lords of the Beko Keikyang building personally came to receive it. The Confucian temple also didn't stop it, so it went very smoothly. Liu Cha said in a low voice, Chen Qingdo's sword also didn't land on the battlefield. Otherwise, even if the Grand Ancestor came out, our losses would still be huge. Li Zhen sighed, Senior, you're just boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own. Liu Cha couldn't be bothered to talk to such trash. Liu Bai came to senior brother Sai Chen's side and asked softly, what's wrong with that person? Sai Chen shook his head and said, you'll have to ask the Grand Ancestor. The grey-robed elder looked at Liu Bai and smiled, hidden official, the Great Wall of Sword energy has merged with the Tao. He also used the art of sewing and carried many of the true names at the front of the mountain search painting. Therefore, he was able to suppress the wildlands. His current situation is quite pitiful. After that, he didn't have any yin spirit traveling out of his body or yang spirit outside his body. The 3 had been completely merged into one. In short, he had spent half of his life. As the last disciple of the sage of literature, the Confucian natal character had also become an extravagant hope. As for why he looked like this now, it was because Chen Qingdo wanted him to forcefully merge with the Tao. His physique couldn't withstand it, but it wasn't a big problem. After reaching the peak of the mountain, there was hope for him to recover his original appearance. In addition, Chen Pinggan himself should have received some kind of recognition from the Great Wall of Sword energy. It wasn't as simple as carrying the true names. Ordinary sword immortals only have the realm and can't merge with the Tao. Sai Chen calmed down slightly. This Grand Ancestor was clearly in a good mood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much today. Tan was speechless for a moment. Such a pitiful guy, why didn't it seem like they didn't need to take revenge? The youth carefully glanced at Sister Liu Bai. Liu Bai's expression was complicated. She asked softly, can we kill him? Liu Cha shook his head, we can't kill him, we can't kill him. Because the enemy is no longer Chen Pinggan, but half of the Great Wall of Sword energy. Sai Chen glanced at the scene of the black shadow dragging down the pure Jade Realm demon. He was puzzled, Immortal Realm? Liu Cha shook his head, after merging with the Tao, it's a fake pure Jade Realm. He took half of the Great Wall of Sword energy by himself, taking advantage of the right time, place, and people. A grey robe came to the edge of the cliff. It was the Dragon God. He, Chen Qingdo, and Guan Zhao once asked about the moon-supporting Sword Mountain. The Dragon God said hoarsely, as long as we finish plundering the Sword Fate here, that half of the Great Wall of Sword energy will have a chance to be destroyed. The grey-robed elder nodded, it's like a fishbone stuck in the throat, and it's an eyesore. A little girl with a ponytail jumped from the ground to the top of the city and came to the side of the Dragon God. The little girl dragged an extremely long rope in her hand. It tied 2 big demon heads with strong evil aura. So in the process of climbing the city, the heads kept knocking on the city wall, like the beating of a drum. The 2 sword immortals of the old hidden officials, Luo Shan and Zhuan, followed behind on their swords and landed. Li Zhen grinned and said, are we watching a monkey show? That Chen Pinggan is not here. Just as the young man finished speaking, the black shadow flashed. Xiao Chuo punched out, shattering the black shadow on the spot. The next moment, the black shadow condensed on the spot. Although its face could not be seen clearly, it vaguely revealed a mocking intent. The power of each of Xiao Chuo's punches was far greater than the full power of an ordinary sword immortal's flying sword. Even the sword immortal embryo of Shending's sword immortal had to retreat, away from the famous lunatic with an astonishing aura. Especially Liu Bai, whose physique was still weak, needed to be protected by his senior brother, Shi Chen. The grey-robed elder smiled, stop fighting. If you continue fighting, you'll be helping him temper his physique for nothing. If he reaches the peak of the mountain, there might be some trouble. This guy is deliberately baiting you to punch. Xiao Chuo just kept punching, ignoring the words of the master of the wasteland world. In the end, it was really boring. Xiao Chuo stopped punching and asked, "Why didn't you stop me?" The grey-robed elder said, "I'm not Chen Qingdou. I don't have so many rules to restrain the strong. Moon-supporting mountain cherishes strong people like you very much." Xiao Chuo shook the rope in her hand. Two heads jumped high and smashed heavily on the city wall. I used the bodies of two ascendant realm demons in the rat hole to create a throne. The position is a bit high. The grey-robed elder smiled, "Very good. As long as Zhu Mi and Liu Cha don't mind, it doesn't matter." Liu Cha said, "I don't mind." The grey-robed elder said, "Don't bother about that alliance. The entire moon-supporting mountain is used to suppress one person. It's not that easy to break." Liu Cha nodded, "When I'm free in the future, I'll find him for a drink." The grey-robed elder smiled, "You swordsman's elegance can't be envied by others." Xiao Chuo said, "Boring, I'll play by myself." She jumped off the city wall, but did not continue to drag the heads of the two ascendant realm demons. She found it annoying, so she left them on the city wall. Anyway, no one dared to move. Along the way, the city had been uprooted, and many sword immortal residences had been reduced to ruins. Everything was gone. Wherever Xiao Chuo passed, the surging waves of the demon race army automatically retreated. Otherwise, they would die. The old gate at the old site of the inverted mountain was torn bigger and bigger by the two sovereign realm demons, the dazzling armor and the golden armor divine general. As for Yang Ji and Fei Fei, who were the first to enter the vast world, they began to pave the way as a gathering place for the demon army. Then, they needed to build 3 roads to go to the nearest Hassa continent, the southwest Fuyao continent, and the southeast Tongye continent. There were also a large number of moving mountains monsters assisting the 2 sovereign-level monsters. They smashed the refined pocket-sized mountains into the sea. Then, the monster cultivators laid down the roots of the mountains, causing them to suddenly become towering mountains. They were extremely stable places to stand on. The other sovereign realm demons also went to the sky screen one after another to find trouble with the scholarly sage. The sword-hugging man was still sitting on the hitching post, but the hitching post was moved to the place where the little Daoist child used to sit. A yarrow cultivator spat on the ground and grinned. What bullshit, great sword immortal. He had seen those who died in battle and those who were beaten back by the great demons on the battlefield, but he had never seen someone who would obediently guard the door without drawing a single sword. Great sword immortal Zhong Lu turned a blind eye to this. In the end, this demon was casually punched in the head by Xiao Chuo, who was striding through the gate. His golden core and nascent soul exploded at the same time, implicating a large number of demons at the gate. What an unexpected disaster. After a military commander in the distance caught a glimpse of the culprit, he pretended that nothing had happened. Xiao Chuo came to the hitching post and threw out a jar of good wine from a secular dynasty in the vast world. Zhong Lu took the jar, opened the mud seal, and sniffed it. Good wine. Xiao Chuo asked, Zhong Lu, why don't you come with me to take a look? South Hassa continent, Tongye continent, Fuyao continent, you can choose. Let's find wine to drink together. There are many immortal wines there. Zhong Lu smiled and said, I'm not going anywhere. I'll just watch from here. I'm a lazy person by nature, so I can't raise my spirits no matter what I do. In the past, I worked hard to cultivate and break through to the next realm just to increase my lifespan. Master Hidden Official, remember to send some wine back for me every time you destroy a sect. Xiao Chuo complained, you don't do anything and still want me to send you wine. You're so arrogant. Zhong Lu smiled and said, lazy people have good fortune. Xiao Chuo frowned and asked, where did my disciple go? Zhong Lu joked, I really don't know about that. You can ask Hidden Official. Xiao Chuo said in annoyance, seeing him annoys me. I gave him a few punches when I saw him. That kid is very vengeful, so I probably won't be able to get anything out of him. Zhong Lu rubbed his chin. Back then, the youth with the sword case and straw sandals left inverted hanging mountain and came back. Then, he became a hidden official. After that, Chen Pinggan did not travel between the Great Wall of Sword Chi and inverted hanging mountains Spring Banner House through his old gate. He was not stupid, and neither was Zhonglu. He hoped that Zhonglu would change his mind, so he deliberately used this method to remind Zhonglu. Zhonglu pretending to know nothing was also a kind of reminder. This gate was the same with or without Zhonglu. The Great Wall of Sword Chi and Savage World were the same with or without Zhonglu, the Great Sword Immortal. In the end, the Sword Immortal of Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyang, came and had a drink with him. After confirming Zhonglu's thoughts, he left with Lu Ji. Xiao Yunyang and Lu Ji did not ask Zhonglu. Back then, Zhonglu lost the Battle of the 13. His skills were inferior, but Zhonglu did not have any grievances. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Zhonglu did not care about life and death. In the end, Zhonglu was put in charge of guarding the gate as a criminal. He did have some grievances against Vast World. From the moment he volunteered to guard the gate, Zhonglu had already foreseen today's situation. Xiao Chuo asked, "Is the sect closest to here the Rain Dragon sect?" Zhonglu smiled. "It's too late. A sovereign great demon has beaten us to it." Xiao Chuo frowned. "That sissy who likes to skin people?" Zhonglu nodded. "There are more female cultivators in the Rain Dragon sect." Xiao Chuo said, "Forget it. When Chen Chunan leaves the south swirling continent to seek death, I'll send him on his way." Zhonglu drank a mouthful of wine and said regretfully, "The one who killed Chen Chunan is the world's wrath." A handsome man with a blade-strengthening gourd on his waist landed on top of a statue of the Rain Dragon sect. He twirled a strand of hair on his temples with 2 fingers and smiled. "I'm going to be dazzled." 10,000 years later, the grey-robed old man revisited the old place and came to Vast World again. He floated in the sky and laughed loudly. In Vast World, all ascendant realms, immortal realms, and all cultivators who have attained the Tao, listen up. You walk too slowly and have never had great freedom. Since you're already at the peak of the mountain, you should be unrestrained by heaven and earth. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge joke to cultivate to the peak? What Tao is there to cultivate? What truth is there to seek? What immortality is there? For example, that strong young man is bound by rules. Day after day, year after year, he staggers through the world like old men and women. In the future, there will only be one world. Regardless of whether it's human or demon cultivators, they will have freedom of speech, freedom of cultivation, freedom of killing, freedom of life and death, freedom of the great Tao. Zhonglu sighed. Chaotic times have really come. Xiao Chuo sneered. The world of the strong and free has come. About 2 years ago. Vast World was still the same vast world that had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years. The 3 of them left the territory of the old Dali dynasty of the Aquarius continent. They were already thousands of miles away from the Middle Earth continent. They were Jiyu Kan, Liu Kaicheng, and that brother Long Bo who was addicted to falling in cultivation, Chai Bofu. The pitiful nascent soul was only a sea-viewing cultivator now. Actually, when they first arrived at the Huaihuang County town of the old site of the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, Chai Bofu was still a Qi refinement warrior who was slapped to the Dragon Gate realm by Liu Kaicheng. Later, he was glanced at by that person, and for some reason, he inexplicably fell to the cave-dwelling realm. During this long journey, Chai Bofu gritted his teeth and cultivated bitterly. It was not easy for him to climb back to the sea-viewing realm. After breaking through, Chai Bofu did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, if he was not careful, he would return it. No one was willing to give him a slightly better reason. If they did not take the immortal ferry and just relied on cultivators to travel across continents, not to mention the consumption of spiritual qi, the key was that it was too risky. There were many ferocious creatures in the sea. If they were not careful, they would die without even having the chance to collect their corpses. The treasure-swallowing whale could even swallow islands and ferries. Moreover, it was born with the ability to refine. Eating a few cultivators was nothing. Once they entered its stomach, it was like being in a small world cage. How could they escape? Moreover, in the vast expanse of the ocean, killing and robbing people of their wealth and treasures would be done stealthily. It was far more stable than on land. This kind of business was a classic example of not opening for 3 years, but opening for 3 years. Therefore, even golden core and nascent soul cultivators, the so-called immortals of the land in the eyes of ordinary teachers, were not willing to do such a strenuous and thankless job. Of course, it was a different story if they wanted to make money. In the vast world, the sea area was vast, even larger than the land area of the 9 continents. In addition to the immortal islands, there were also many ways to make money. Therefore, cultivators had to take risks. For example, the pearl divers on Luhua Island collected clam pearls, which were particularly precious. Moreover, the emperors, generals, ministers, dukes, and marquises on the land had a great demand for dragon saliva. It was always a priceless commodity. The dragons and their descendants were all considered dragon saliva, which could be refined into incense. However, they were divided into different grades and prices. In addition to dragon saliva, there were many precious pearls in the abdomens of dragonfish. This kind of pearl was born to absorb the moonlight, so it was often as bright as the moon. It could be used in a candlelight room or in a place full of evil spirits. It could also be refined into immortal treasures such as water-repelling pearl, dust-repelling pearl, and so on. It was an excellent auxiliary item for cultivators when they were in closed-door training. It could be used to purify the Reiki of the world and help them to concentrate and clear the mind. The real opportunities were the relics of the many secret pavilions in the overseas immortal mountains. Once they were obtained by chi trainers, they would be as rich as gold and silver. Moreover, compared with the immortal mansions on land, there were fewer fights, and not too many forces entangled in them. If the immortal mansions were difficult to open and there were many restrictions, at most 2 or 3 forces who knew each other well would form an alliance and quietly take the treasures in them. Jiyu Kan, who had been silent all the way, suddenly said, "Master hasn't shown up for a long time." Compared with Jiyu Kan, who was exhausted after flying in the wind, Liu Kaicheng, who was wearing a dazzling pink Taoist robe, looked very elegant and relaxed. However, the one who suffered the most was Brother Longbow. It was just that Liu Kaicheng did not care, and Jiyu Kan did not care, so no one pitied him. Chai Bofu was also happy that the 2 of them ignored him. One was heartless, and the other was ruthless. If they were willing to pretend that he did not exist, he would be grateful. Liu Kaicheng smiled and said, "That senior of mine is from heaven. It is normal that you don't see him. In the White Emperor City, it is not strange that your senior brothers and sisters do not see their master for 100 years. If they see him several times in 100 years, they will be worried. They will be worried that they are no longer themselves." When Chai Bofu thought of that person, he felt that this little bit of hardship on the path of cultivation was nothing. As long as he could become a registered disciple of the White Emperor City, even if he had to be the personal disciple of Jiyu Kan, he would accept it. The issue of Jiyu Kan's seniority in the White Emperor City had always been a mystery. Jiyu Kan had always greeted that person as a disciple. However, that person and Liu Kaicheng seemed to treat Jiyu Kan as their junior brother and did not give a clear explanation. Liu Kaicheng also often called him junior brother and junior nephew. Jiyu Kan's expression was indifferent as he asked casually, "Is master visiting friends at sea?" Liu Kaicheng sneered and said, "What a joke. Who is worthy of senior brother visiting? Visiting immortals at sea? Visiting immortals my ass. Senior brother is the person with the most immortal aura in the world. The number of immortals who visit the White Emperor City are as many as carps crossing the river every year. They can only obediently stand by the river and look up at the sky. How many of them can go to the colored clouds and stay for a while? Not to mention the White Emperor City where senior brother lives alone." Jiyu Kan asked doubtfully, "Martial uncles and senior brothers and sisters are not cultivating in the White Emperor City?" Liu Kaicheng suddenly realized that he had forgotten to tell Jiyu Kan about the situation in the White Emperor City. Therefore, he slapped Brother Longbow's forehead, causing the latter to fall into the water. Liu Kaicheng explained with a smile, "In such a big White Emperor City, other than senior brother, there are only some puppets who serve as attendants. They are neither immortals nor humans nor ghosts. As for us junior brothers and sisters, as well as the other direct disciples, They all have their own cultivation abodes above the colored clouds. For example, I have the world-famous colored glass pavilion. Therefore, in the real White Emperor City, there has always been only one person who cultivates, and that is your master, my senior brother. Everyone else is a burden to senior brother. Ji Yukan nodded and said, impressive. Liu Kaicheng laughed loudly and said, not at all. Senior brother is recognized as a person of the demonic path. How can a White Emperor City stand tall in the central divine continent? A drenched chicken flew back into the sky, not daring to be angry or say anything. Liu Kaicheng lightly slapped the forehead of Chai Bofu, who had a youthful appearance, and praised, such a big forehead, it can be used as a sunning ground. Liu Kaicheng suddenly made a sound of surprise and said with a concerned expression, Brother Longbo, why are your ears and nose bleeding? Chai Bofu wiped away the bloodstains and forced a smile to the culprit who was playing dumb. He said, it's fine. The three of them settled down in a sea area that was dotted with islands. The spiritual energy here was thin, and the mountains and rivers were dry. It was not suitable to build a mountain and cultivate. Ji Yukan floated to the ground and let out a breath of turbid air. He asked, if the islands are big enough, will there be a local god overseeing them? Liu Kaicheng shook his two big sleeves and rolled his eyes. No. Even if there is, they will starve to death. Once the gods of mountains and rivers lose the incense offerings of good men and women, the so-called immortal golden body will be a joke. Ji Yukan looked around and asked, in this sea, will there be existences like the river gods that are close to water? Of course, it will be the gods of the obscene temples who can dominate the sea. For example, the flood dragon ravine near the inverted mountain has many flood dragons gathered there. It is better than a sect. It was said that if one could look down at the flood dragon ravine, the water was clear and the flood dragons were like silk threads floating in the air. Liu Kaicheng shook his head and said, Ji Yukan, since you have become a direct disciple of White Emperor City, you don't have to worry about these boring things. If you can beat them, you can kill them. If you can't, you can just tell them your name. Ji Yukan said, it is a habit. Before Ji Yukan left home, Zhu Lian found the Jiyu mansion in the capital. He was holding a charcoal cage and said that he was returning it to its owner. Ji Yukan hesitated for a moment, but still took the charcoal cage. At that time, the ghost Ma Duyi, who was a talisman in fox skin, and Seng Yi, who cultivated the secret arts of the ghost Dao, were guests at Ji Yukan's home. At that time, Zhu Lian smiled and said something strange. He said that he would be happy to go down the mountain, but there were many trivial matters in the mountain, so he would not disturb young Master Ji Yu. Because the mountain master said that when Ji Yu can return to his hometown, he would return it to him. The premise was that Ji Yu can had Seng Yi and Ma Duyi with him. If he did not, the charcoal cage would be left at Luopa Mountain. In the future, he would pretend that it never happened. Ji Yu can carried the charcoal cage and accompanied the stooped old man for a while until he reached the corner of the street. Later, when Ji Yu can returned to the study at home, his master appeared and pulled out a small loach that seemed to have not gained sentience from the charcoal cage. He sneered and threw it back into the charcoal cage. Ji Yu can was expressionless at that time. Later, when Ji Yu can left his hometown, he did not take the charcoal cage with him. He only asked Ma Duyi and Seng Yi to send it to a mountain god residence located north of Dallas capital. His mother persuaded Ji Yu can to go to the north personally, saying that his father was now a very high-ranking mountain god prefect. That mountain god temple used to be the immortal residence of the old Dallas mountain god lord, and had just been promoted to the crown prince of northern mountains Mount Biyun. It was equivalent to a promotion in the officialdom. In the Dali imperial court, he should be an assistant minister. How could a governor or a supervisor compare to him? You can't blame your father for not going home to see you. He has a lot of responsibilities and cannot leave his post without permission. Moreover, there are many rules on the mountain, and there are too many strange taboos. Therefore, as a son, you should visit your family and congratulate them. Ji Yu Kan was silent, but he refused to nod. The woman secretly wept and did not want to persuade him anymore. As she wiped her tears with an embroidered handkerchief, she secretly glanced at her son's face. The woman really did not dare to persuade him anymore. That person appeared on the shore of the sea. Chai Bofu's heart tightened, and he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Liu Kai-cheng also did not want to go over. Senior brother was a deity, and it was better to watch from afar. Ji Yukan rode the wind and went there alone. He found the city lord of White Emperor City squatting by the sea and scooping up a handful of water. Ji Yukan was puzzled. "This is," the man said, "a bucket of seawater." Ji Yukan asked again, "What's the meaning?" The man smiled. "Must it be meaningful?" He let go of his hand and stood up. After a short moment, Ji Yukan vaguely saw a white horse suddenly appear on the surface of the boundless sea. The horse rode on the waves at lightning speed, and it left behind an extremely long, colorful, and lustrous trail behind it. There was a red armor on the horse's back, which was undulating with the horse's back. There was no person in the armor. When the horse came to the island, it suddenly stopped. When the horse stopped moving, it seemed as if the sea had frozen. Liu Kai-cheng could not wait. He came to senior brother and Ji Yukan and said with a smile, "We are lucky to meet a lone rider of the southern sea in the vast sea. This is no different from finding a needle in the sea." Ji Yukan had never heard of a lone rider of the southern sea. But he saw that the rider had a golden spear, and the tip of the spear was pointed at the island, as if he was asking about its origin. Then in an instant, the lone rider of the southern sea put away his spear, turned his horse around, and galloped away. Ji Yukan found that the man beside him had disappeared. Liu Kai-cheng smiled and said, "The big demon of the Luxure pit is going to be miserable. Senior brother can't break the restriction that Fire Dragon Immortal can't break by force." Ji Yukan asked, "Does Master have a grudge against the big demon of the Luxure pit? Or did he kill the big demon just to accumulate merits?" Liu Kai-cheng said, "Don't make wild guesses. Senior brother does as he pleases." Ji Yukan frowned and did not say anything. Liu Kai-cheng gloated. "Your state of mind is too suppressed by Chen Ping'an's principles. Be careful not to annoy my senior brother." Ji Yukan turned a deaf ear to him. The three of them rested on the island for a while. Chai Bofu accumulated some spiritual qi with great difficulty and began to follow the two of them on their journey. When he was in the nascent soul realm, the cave and acupoints were like the mansion of a wealthy family. The spiritual qi was like a hall full of gold and jade. It was inexhaustible and could be squandered wantonly. Now that he was in a small family, he could not afford to be extravagant. The waterway was endless. When they passed by a place, Liu Kai-cheng was overjoyed. Ji Yukan, you are really lucky. Following you around, I will have many adventures. First, I met the lone rider of the southern sea, and now I see this place." Chai Bofu was like falling clouds. As far as the eye could see, the sea was vast and there was nothing mysterious. After Liu Kai-cheng waved his hand to break the barrier, an island appeared in Ji Yukan's vision. It was barren and rugged. Liu Kai-cheng smiled and said, "This is a dragon rest stone. It will migrate with the water and not take root." During the ancient era, there were 4 of them. One was destroyed, and another was refined. Outside of the Sparrow Stalk Tower in the Cyan Underworld, there was another one in the middle of a large river. It was stabilized with a secret technique, and now, this was the only one left in the vast world. It was too big and heavy. Even the immortals could not move it. However, they could order the mountain moving stone to move it bit by bit. However, no one dared to do so. After all, it had an owner. This place was the exclusive property of the person in the Luxure pit. That person was not easy to deal with. He could fight with venerable fire dragon who was proficient in water and fire. However, he was slightly inferior. That was why he retreated to his lair at the bottom of the sea. If it was me, I could only wait to be killed if I were to fight against venerable fire dragon. However, there were some immortal cultivators who would follow behind the dragon reststone. If they were lucky, they could pick up some rare dragon saliva that rolled down the cliff into the sea. It was a huge windfall. There was an ancient saying, "Dragon hides in the Luxure pit. Fire helps the Sun Palace." The Luxure pit, which used to be one of the summer palaces of the ancient water god, was still there. However, the Sun Palace was missing. It was said that it was completely destroyed. Ji Yukan looked at the dragon reststone with rapt attention. There was not a single tired flood dragon entrenched on the mountain. However, when the restriction was lifted, a scene appeared. At the intersection of the mountains and rivers, there seemed to be a thick foreign substance flowing from the shore into the sea. The fragrance spread far and wide. Occasionally, there would be a bit of spiritual light blooming on the mountain. It was fleeting, as if there were pearls falling between the cracks of the rocks. Liu Kaicheng smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? Go closer and take a look. My senior martial brother has already killed his way into the Lushire pit. I am also protecting him. What are you afraid of? You should be thinking about how to take this object into your pocket. Don't forget that in our White Emperor city, there is the yellow river flowing from the sky. There is also the magnificent scene of carps leaping over the dragon gate. If you move this object over there as a resting place, how many people in the water will remember your kindness?" Ji Yukan said, "It's fine to look at it from afar. It's just an external object. If I covet the so-called kindness, it will only delay my cultivation." Liu Kaicheng said helplessly, "Look at the path of cultivation. How many people who have achieved the Tao will still choose one or two things, whether it's wine or beauties, or the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, to pass the time?" Ji Yukan said, "Then let's wait until I achieve the Tao." Chai Bofu said cautiously, "It seems that no one is looking after this dragon reststone. There are so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Why won't the heavens take them?" As a mountain cultivator, if he didn't open his eyes when he saw money, he would be blind. Moreover, Chai Bofu cultivated the great Tao of water. The white jade belt with dragon patterns on it, as well as the long string of jade pendants and jars hanging from it, were all substitutes for the Dragon King basket that he did not have the opportunity to obtain. Liu Kaicheng gave Chai Bofu a push and said with a smile, "Brother Longbo, you go. I opened the door with all my strength and you can easily pick up the treasures. Ji Yukan has the final say on how to split the loot. We are all old friends. I think Ji Yukan won't treat you unfairly." Chai Bofu was resentful. He was very courageous when the three of them were together. After all, he had White Emperor City as his backer. However, if he was alone, he wouldn't dare to climb the dragon reststone of the ancient ruins. Ji Yukan said, "Go." Chai Bofu's knees went soft. As a result, Liu Kaicheng grabbed his neck and threw him to the top of the dragon reststone. Chai Bofu shook off the dust on his body. He felt a headache coming on. Even when he was a nascent soul cultivator, he only dared to try to catch a small dragon or dragon. Now, he directly fell into a dragon's nest. What was going on? That being said, Brother Longbo, who had a youthful face and figure, followed the trace of a treasure light that flickered for a moment. He jumped more than 10 feet like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep and dug out a pearl the size of a date pit from a crack in the rock. Chai Bofu was stunned. He rubbed his hands hard to get rid of some dirt and dust on the pearl. Then, he gently exhaled and used the water Tao to guide the spiritual light of the pearl. Immediately, it bloomed with light, and water vapor filled the air, refreshing the mind. Chai Bofu carefully examined the strange treasure in his hand. With an excited expression, he murmured, "It's really a dragon pearl. Its quality is extremely high. If it was sold to an emperor as a crown, it would be worth at least 1 grain rain. If it was used as the finishing touch for the dragon fairy dress and water lake skirt, female cultivators would most likely be willing to pay 2 grains rain. If there were more than 10 grains, it would be used to make the water Tao treasure pearl of the palm bracelet. I heard that it is most favored by female immortals in the upper 5 realms." In the distance, Liu Kaicheng clicked his tongue and said, "What a good move. It's just that it's a bit disgusting." Chai Bofu began to wantonly plunder the treasures in the mountain. He even knocked on the stone texture of the different parts of the cliff one by one to confirm it carefully. Ji Yukan said, "The path of cultivation is not easy to walk. It's full of hardships and difficulties. It's not worth telling outsiders." Liu Kaicheng said with a smile, "You're in the same boat?" Ji Yukan shook his head and said, "I'm just telling the truth." Liu Kaicheng asked, "When we're done, will we give more to Brother Longbo?" Ji Yukan still shook his head. Not a bit. Liu Kai-cheng laughed loudly. Ji Yukan asked, since there are immortal masters on the sea who can use the secret technique on the mountain to find the dragon reststone for a windfall, now that the restriction has been lifted, will there be people coming soon? Liu Kai-cheng said with a smile, most likely. After hearing this, Ji Yukan rode the wind and went to the dragon reststone. Liu Kai-cheng swam side by side with him. More than 3,000 years ago, the flood dragons were illustrious existences who were in charge of controlling the wind and rain. They would go to the mainland and spread the clouds and rain. When they returned, they would be exhausted and would often rest halfway to get rid of the heat and recuperate their spirit. There would be thousands of weary dragons coiling up on it. Anyway, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Senior Marshal Brother has seen it before. Ji Yukan said, the Daoist school has a book called the Taishang Dongyuan Sutra. It once recorded the names of 116 dragon kings in detail, as well as their respective duties and magical powers. Liu Kai-cheng nodded and said, on the 6th day of the 6th month, the common people in the market and the dragon palace will also dry their dragon robes. The dragon ladies in the various underwater residences in the world will often choose to go ashore on this day to choose their lovers. Most of them are short-lived marriages. The lucky men can even marry into the dragon palace. It's a pity that the world doesn't have such luck anymore. Ji Yukan asked, will the dragon reststone open and allow outsiders to take what they want? Liu Kai-cheng shook his head and said, of course not. The Lushirei pit will specially send a fishing immortal to guard this place. His cultivation is in the Jade Raw realm and he is close to the water. His combat power is not bad. However, with me here, the other party won't dare to act rashly. Moreover, the Lushirei pit really doesn't care about these pearls and dragon saliva. Maybe they are not as good as some of the spiritual items on the shore. Every 100 years, the Lushirei pit will hold a summer banquet. These things in the water have probably been piled up like a mountain. After a long time, they will be discarded again. The two landed on the top of a cliff at the dragon reststone. Ji Yukan squatted down and touched the rock to familiarize himself with the terrain. Liu Kai-cheng said with emotion, you think too simply of the world. The human heart and human nature are as thin as a piece of white paper. But if you think too much, you are asking for trouble. Knowledge is endless, and there is a limit to the limit. You can learn from anyone, but you just have to learn from Chen Pinggan. Ji Yukan said, in this world, 1 Liu Kai-cheng, 10 Liu Kai-cheng, and 100 Liu Kai-cheng are all the same. But with or without him, the world is different. At least, it is so for me. Liu Kai-cheng didn't want to talk too much about Chen Pinggan with Ji Yukan. It would be easy for him to bear a grudge. Liu Kai-cheng suddenly laughed and said, we have a group of immortals coming. Oh, there are also 2 beautiful sisters. Ji Yukan glanced at Liu Kai-cheng. Liu Kai-cheng sneered and said, if there is any chance, I will work like an ox for Brother Longbow every day. And that Brother Longbow is still looking for treasures in the mountain diligently, but he is destined to not be able to get a single snow. Zun Yuan and Jiang Shangzhen, the old and new sect masters of the Jade Gui sect, left the mountain together and came to the border of the Great Quan dynasty in the center of the Tongyi continent. Both parties concealed their auras. After descending, they walked towards the inn near Hua town. Zun Yuan said, they are willing to go alone. How strange. Jiang Shangzhen said with annoyance, I didn't expect Madame Huanxi to be right under my nose, but I didn't even see her. I deserve to die. Zun Yuan said, the 9-tailed celestial fox is best at hiding her aura. I didn't notice it before, but the Great Fu Academy found some clues long ago. That's why the gentleman, Zhong Kuei, came here to stay. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the small inn in the distance and said with a smile, there are 3 good things in a wine shop in the wild. Beautiful women, few drinkers, and local wine. Zun Yuan also looked a little nostalgic. He stroked his beard and smiled. Beautiful widow, knockout drug, long bench, and small sharp knife. These 2 old and new sect masters naturally had their own stories. An ascendant realm cultivator and an immortal realm cultivator came to the Great Quan dynasty at the same time to confirm the true thoughts of Madame Huanxi. It would be best if she could be used by the Jade Gui sect. That was why Zun Yuan took Jiang Shangzhen with him. Dealing with women was Jiang Shangzhen's innate ability since he was in his mother's womb. Zun Yuan suddenly changed his mind. I'll go to the capital of the Great Quan dynasty first. Jiang Shangzhen didn't care. After the old sect master shrank the mountains and rivers, he took out an oil paper umbrella from a nearby object. After a few steps, dark clouds covered the sky and it started to drizzle. He walked with the umbrella. As he walked, the magic robe on his body shone and changed into a green robe. Scholars had many encounters with women, so it was true. A shabby poster hung outside the shop. Jiang Shangzhen missed the lotus flower-blessed land. He wondered if his good friend, Lu Fang, had resolved the knot in his heart. An old hunchback sitting at the door of the kitchen was smoking a pipe and smacking his lips. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the customer who entered the house and put away the umbrella. A limping young man was wiping the table. He was a little surprised that the dog outside was taking a nap. He muttered that the customer had arrived, but it didn't inform him. He could really kill it and stew it. He only caught a glimpse of the oil paper umbrella in the customer's hand and then looked at the hazy rain outside. He cursed the changing weather. Facing the customer, the young man immediately put on a smiling face. Dear customer, do you want a meal or a place to stay? Our green plum wine and roasted whole lamb are the best. The price is fair, but the wine is divided into 3 types. After drinking for half a year, you won't lose out. After drinking for 3 years, you won't want to leave. After drinking for 5 years, there will be no more wine in the world. Jiang Shangzhen directly asked for a jar of 5 years' wine and a roasted whole lamb. If there were side dishes to accompany the wine, he would bring a plate of each. The young man beamed with joy. The old hunchback opened the curtain and went to the kitchen. When the waiter brought the wine to the table, Jiang Shangzhen asked with a smile, I heard that it's not peaceful here. There are evil things in the town. The waiter was stunned and remembered the time many years ago. He smiled and said, Dear customer, you're talking about Hua Town. There are no evil things, and it's very peaceful now. Besides, there's Guajiajun Town next to it. It's a place full of yang qi, so no one died when Hua Town was haunted. Dear customer, why do you ask? Jiang Shangzhen pointed at himself and said, Can't you tell? The young man asked tentatively, You're not short of money? Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, I'm a cultivator on the mountain. I go wherever there are demons. The young man's eyes lit up. A cultivator? You know the magic of immortals. Do you know how to pass through walls? Why don't you try it now? Jiang Shangzhen touched his forehead and said, The magic of immortals shouldn't be revealed. It's not easy to pass it on. The young man immediately lost interest. A bunch of bullsh tea, which was equivalent to saying nothing. Besides, the young man had never seen an immortal who would flatter himself. This guy could talk nonsense, but if he dared not pay, he would kill him. Jiang Shangzhen asked, Where's the innkeeper? The more the young man looked at this guy, the more he looked like a swindler. He had already begun to calculate how much he could pawn off his clothes. He said, The lady boss went to Hua Town this morning and hasn't returned yet. There's a temple fair there, and it's very lively. But in this terrible weather, I think the lady boss will return early today. If you stay here, you'll definitely see her. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Jiang Shangzhen burped and patted his stomach lightly. He turned his head to look. There was a beautiful woman at the door. She had borrowed an oil paper umbrella from Hua Town and was running back. She wore a yellow button-down shirt and a pair of embroidered shoes. She was scraping the mud off the bottom of her shoes on the door-sill. Jiang Shangzhen waved and said, Zhonyang, sit here. The woman was puzzled. Do we know each other? I remember all the customers who have drunk wine and are as good-looking as you. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, You don't know me, but I know you, Zhonyang. I'm good friends with Chen Pinggan. My name is Zhu Fei. The woman's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. Her pair of watery eyes were bewitching as she called out to Big Brother Zhu. She quickly stepped over the threshold and tossed the oil paper umbrella to the waiter in the distance. She sat at the table and poured herself a bowl of wine. She drank it all in one gulp. Big brother Jew, you're treating me like an outsider. If there was nothing, one could talk about it casually. If there was something, it was often hidden in one's heart and one was unwilling to touch it. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, in the end, I'm not as polite as Zhonyang. The woman was puzzled. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. My alias is Jiang Shangzhen. Zhonyang has a broken tail, so even though she's in Hua Town, she can't detect traces of me, an immortal. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, Madam Huan Shuo, why don't you call me Zhonyang intimately? In an instant. The world was silent. The woman's 8 tails swayed behind her and her eyes were cold. She no longer looked drunk and seductive. I wonder if Sect Master Jiang has come from afar to kill or catch a demon? Jiang Shangzhen picked up his wine bowl and gently knocked it against Zhonyang's. He took a sip of wine. If old Zun came alone, Zhonyang, you're right to ask. The woman frowned and said, Sect Master Jiang, please speak your mind. Jiang Shangzhen put down his wine bowl and said, Old Zun wants you to agree to be my Jade Gui sect's consecrator before he stops. I think it's better to forget about it. I shouldn't be so rude to a beauty. Zhonyang can be my Jade Gui sect's guest. When the world is truly peaceful and suitable for the host to sell wine and the guests to drink, Zhonyang might as well return here to do business. I can guarantee that when Zhonyang leaves Jade Gui sect, no one will stop her. It's even better if she's willing to stay, cultivate, and return to the Heavenly Fox. The 9-tailed Heavenly Fox, or Madame Huan Shuo, sneered and said, and if I don't agree? Jiang Shangzhen said, you'll die. Her face blurred and then became clear again, but it was no longer Zhonyang's face. Jiang Shangzhen didn't shift his gaze and just stared at her face. He shook his head and said with a smile, your fox charm is useless against me and Chen Pinggan. She slowly returned to her Zhonyang appearance and said, Jiang Shangzhen, I can go to Jade Gui sect with you, but you have to promise me 3 things. First, hide my identity. Other than you and Zun Yuan, no one in Jade Gui sect is allowed to know my background. Of course. Second, Third Master and Little Cripple must be settled, but not in Jade Gui sect. Okay, Jade Gui sect's lower sect, Zhenjing sect, is in Aquarius continent. You can go sightseeing. As for Great Springs capital, don't go. Finally, I want to go to Great Springs capital. I'm more than happy to. I have an old acquaintance there. The sharpener, Liu Zong. She asked, how can I trust you? Jiang Shangzhen said confidently, I'm Chen Ping'an's friend. On this day, Zhonyang closed the inn and went to Great Springs capital with Jiang Shangzhen. In the Great Spring dynasty, in the imperial palace of the capital, a woman leaned against a pillar and cried. She did not seduce others, nor did she seduce others. It was just that the entire literary circle of the Great Spring dynasty was unwilling to let her go. Despite repeated prohibitions, the private engravings of erotic books on the streets were even more unsightly. Did these well-read men only know how to bully a woman? It was around the time when the young hidden official was thrown into prison and met the tailor for the first time. Pei Qian was going to travel. And it was the kind where his master was not by his side. He would be thousands of miles away from home. Early in the morning, Chen Wanshu and Zhu Mili began to help Pei Qian pack up his belongings. Zhu Mili carried a small golden pole and asked if they wanted to take it together. When they were in urgent need of silver, they could mortgage it to the pawnshop and redeem it when they had the money. However, the black-clothed girl did not forget to remind Pei Qian that there was a premium for exchanging gold for silver. He could not be fooled by the pawnshop owner. Pei Qian praised her verbally and pinched little Mili's cheeks. However, Pei Qian did not agree. He said that he had enough money on him. It was not appropriate to carry a golden pole in the pugilistic world. It would be easy to attract jealousy. This time, Pei Qian was going to travel with Li Huai to the North Continent. They agreed to meet at the Yang family shop in the small town. Then, they would go to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and take the cross-continent ferry of the Hemp sect. It was a pity that their dragon boat, the Tumbling Ink Ferry, could not go as far as the North Continent. Old Chef took out a small piece of summer money from the treasury of the ancestral hall and gave it to Pei Qian. Pei Qian was shocked and only accepted a few pieces of snow money. After all, it was the property of his master and Luo Po Mountain. It was not good to borrow too much. Old Chef said that it was not a loan, but a gift. Every time a disciple of Luo Po Mountain went on a long journey, they would have a sum of divine money in their pocket. According to the young master, it could attract fortune. Pei Qian said that she was the first disciple of Luo Po Mountain. How could it be the same? She was really worried that she would lose more money if she took more. Old Chef went against his conscience and gave her the nickname of a money loser. Did she know how many times he had called her that over the years? 72 times. Moreover, she had been living a good life with her master all these years. In addition, she received gifts everywhere. She was diligent and thrifty and was famous for being stingy. In fact, she had saved a lot of money. For example, for this long journey, she had specially prepared a small bag of gold leaves and a bag of broken silver. The mountain walking staff that her master gave her now had the ball of golden silk that sword deity Ju Cheng's sister gave her. Old Chef specially invited Wei Shanjun to take a look and said that there was no problem. It was a good thing and there was no need to refine it. She just needed to practice a few more sets of the crazy demon sword technique. There was also a small bamboo box made by the big white goose, as well as a bamboo blade and a bamboo sword. However, Pei Qian did not dare to hang them on her waist. After all, she was not on her own mountain, and her master and little senior brother were not by her side. She was not brave enough and was worried that she would be mistaken as a real Jianghu person. If there was an unnecessary conflict, other people might see that she was young and forget about it. However, if they saw her bamboo blade and bamboo sword, they would definitely want to fight with her. What was she going to do? What was she going to do about it? Pei Qian went to the mountain deity temple at the peak of the mountain and said goodbye to the mountain deity. Chen Nuanshu and Ju Mili were her attendants. Now that Pei Qian had grown so fast, it made them look more like little girls. The mountain deity's name was Song Yuzhang. It was written in the county records of Huaihuang County. However, it was not long and only recorded that Song Yuzhang had been a kill supervisor for many years. Strictly speaking, when her master was a kill worker's apprentice at the Dragon Kill, Supervisor Song had been in charge of her master for many years. Pei Qian knew that mountain deity Song had always been on bad terms with Luo Po Mountain. Moreover, his relationship with Old Chef and Wei Shanjun was very strained. However, her master had once told her that mountain deity Song was a loyal Confucian minister when he was alive. After he died, he became a god and a heroic spirit that protected a region. In the world, not everyone who did not get along with Luo Po Mountain was a bad person. Pei Qian returned to the bamboo building and stood at the door of the second floor for a while. At first, Xiaomi wanted to follow Pei Qian to the second floor but was stopped by Nuanshu. She was pulled to the stone table by the cliff to eat melon seeds. Pei Qian walked down to the second floor. Between the bamboo building and the stone table, there were 2 additional small paths on the ground. The path was not long. Back then, her master had traveled to the North Continent and obtained a total of 36 green bricks. Before she went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she had paved 6 small paths. Each path was embedded with 6 floor tiles of varying distances to help pure martial artists practice the 6-step stance. Her master's original intention was for her master, her first disciple, Old Chef, Zheng Dafeng, Lu Baixiang, and Center Yuanji to each have 1 path. Later, the big white goose felt wronged, so her master gave his path to it. Pei Qian's path was next to the path shared by her master and her little senior brother, so they were neighbors. Old Chef gave it to Cao Qinglang. He said that although she was not a pure martial artist, she could occasionally practice martial arts to calm her mind. Zheng Dafeng did not accept the green brick and gave it to the youth Yuan Lai, who was also serious in practicing martial arts but liked to read more. Lu Baixiang gave it to his first disciple, Yuan Bao. Although Center Yuanji had paved a green brick path in the courtyard, he still liked to go up and down the mountain to practice the 6-step stance. To the north was the territory of Luo Po Mountain, Huimeng Mountain. It was not as tall as Luo Po Mountain, but it was bigger than Luo Po Mountain. There were only 3 people there. One of them could not speak the small town's dialect and only spoke the Dali official language. His surname was Dugu, his real name was unknown. He used the name Xiao Poxian. He was accompanied by a servant girl called Meng Long who was always by his side. She was very arrogant. There was also a sister called Shiqiu. She was gentle and had a soft heart. Pei Qian naturally preferred the latter. At the westernmost sword reverence terrace, a man called Kui Wei practiced his sword. He did not like to talk and never went down the mountain. Zhong Jiazhen and Jiang Chu would occasionally go to the Dragon Rider Alley to help. Kui Wei was a golden core bottleneck sword cultivator. He came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi and was brought back by the Big White Goose. Pei Qian was very clear of the importance of a golden core earthly immortal sword cultivator in Aquarius continent. Sister Xiu Xiu's Dragon Spring Sword sect was an immortal sect. Master Wan had taken in 2 batches of disciples. Currently, there was only one golden core that held the opening ceremony. And that Dong Ji was not a sword cultivator. Of course, this was because Sister Xiu Xiu did not like to be in the limelight. But Kui Wei was always courteous to old chef. He was courteous to the point of respect and even fear. It was a strange thing. Did old chef put arsenic or laxatives in Kui Wei's rice bowl or wine jar? Although old chef had indeed taught the embroidered river deity a lesson, but Kui Wei was a golden core sword cultivator. He did not need to be so reserved. Liu Zhongruan brought the direct disciples of the Patriarch Hall from Book Lake and Pearl Hairpin Island. They rented the crayfish back from Luo Po Mountain. Both parties had a harmonious relationship. Pei Qian admired this Aunt Liu a lot. According to old chef, she was the princess royal in name and in reality. Pei Qian had read about this kind of things in books before, but now, she had really done it. A few years ago, Liu Zhongruan had personally become the manager of the Dragon Boat Ferry. She sold immortal goods from Springdew Garden to Oxhorn Mountain. This Aunt Liu was loyal and professional. She earned a lot of money. According to Nuan Shu, Luo Po Mountain's money vault would receive a large sum of immortal money every season. The money earned was second only to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and Wei Shanjun. Compared to the 2 shops in Riding Dragon Alley, the money earned was much more. Sometimes, Pei Qian would go to Riding Dragon Alley and see Sharu. She could not help but sigh. She was embarrassed for Sharu. How could she be the manager of a shop? Moreover, during every festival, Nuan Shu would go to the Dragon Spring Sword Sect Shanxiu Mountain, Mount Grey, the Sword Reverence Platform, and of course, Crayfish Back. He would visit and give gifts. They were all specialties of Luo Po Mountain. The gifts were light, but the feelings were heavy. The sisters of Crayfish Back would also return the gifts. Pei Qian would always follow Nuanshu. In the past, Xiaomi would also join in the fun, but now, her guts were smaller than the eye of a needle. She loved to stay on Luopa Mountain and refused to leave. Every time, she would find excuses, such as spraining her ankle or having a toothache. Later on, her little brain, which did not like to think, was probably really hurting, so she secretly went to look for old chef. In the end, she got a big piece of paper filled with a long list of excuses, such as checking the almanac. It was not suitable for a water-type great demon to travel far up the mountain today. This made Xiaomi overjoyed. Every day, she would ask Nuanshu why she was not coming down the mountain to visit them. Pei Qian secretly hid that piece of paper one day. The little girl, who would take a look at it every day before she went to bed, was dumbfounded. She was so anxious that she even searched the square near the Jise Peak's ancestral hall, the entire Luo Po Mountain's main path, as well as all the secluded paths of various sizes. In the middle of the night, the black-clothed little girl opened her eyes wide and stared hard at the path under her feet. Pei Qian kindly helped her, but Xiaomi did not dare to say what she had lost. In any case, Pei Qian followed Ju Mili and strolled around. Although Xiaomi had 2 short legs, she ran very fast. In the end, Ju Mili teared up and said to Pei Qian, "Let's search again." However, Xiaomi quickly changed her mind and said, "If Branch Master is tired, you can sleep first. I'll look for it myself. I'm very familiar with the path." Pei Qian made a gesture with one hand and stomped his foot on the ground. He spoke a bunch of nonsense and then whispered the word Imperial. With a twist of his wrist, the piece of paper appeared in his hand. Xiaomi, who was stunned and opened her mouth wide, first clapped vigorously, then jumped up, grabbed the piece of paper and hid it in her sleeve. On the way home, she chatted around Pei Qian and asked him what kind of immortal magic this was. Why was it so effective? Did she ask him to come to her house as a guest? If it was possible, she asked the branch master to use his magical power and send the mountain master home together with the imperial edict. There was a big snake in Yellow Lake Mountain. Chen Lingjun used to go there to play. Sister Juer's master, the old Taoist Jiao Cheng, originally left the straw shop and went to Yellow Lake Mountain to cultivate. It was said that he inexplicably broke through the realm. According to Chen Lingjun, the old Taoist was so happy that he roared by the lake, making countless birds leave their branches and fish dive to the bottom. When Taoist Jiao Cheng came to Luopo Mountain, the old chef gave him a sum of congratulatory money. The old Taoist declined several times, saying that he couldn't accept it. After all, it was not a gold formation pill. They were all family, so there was no need to spend so much money. Pei Qian's eyes were sharp. When he saw that the old chef was about to go with the flow and not give the red packet, the blind old Taoist seemed to have opened his eyes. He took the first step and accepted the red packet with 2 small coins. He stroked his beard and smiled, muttering that it was difficult to refuse such kindness. Pei Qian took a deep breath and said to his 2 good friends, "You don't have to send me off." Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick in one hand and the rope of the bamboo box in the other. He ran all the way, jumped high, and jumped off the cliff. The mountain wind whistled in his ears. During the falling process, Pei Qian thought about when he could cross from Luopo Mountain to Mount Grey in the north. The girl yawned. She bent her knees slightly and landed heavily on the ground, causing dust to fly. The girl squatted on the ground and gently pressed her 5 fingers against the ground. The dust that had just been shaken up immediately returned to the ground. Practice makes perfect. It was not worth mentioning. Zhu Lian came to the stone table. Wei Pai appeared after him. Little Mealy waved her hand vigorously at the cliff. She did not care if Pei Qian at the foot of the mountain could see her farewell. Chen Wanshu was worried about whether the bags of dried fish, melon seeds, and pastries in the box would be enough for Pei Qian to eat on the way. Zhu Lian rubbed his chin and said, "It's really hard to be at ease when you're only a 6th realm martial artist. Your route is also different from Chen Lingjuan's." Wei Pai said helplessly, "Only?" Zhu Lian laughed. Chen Wanshu and Zhu Meili bowed to Wei Shanjun. Wei Pai smiled and nodded. Zhu Meili lowered her head and dug into her sleeves for a long time. She could only give Wei Shanjun a small handful of melon seeds. She was a little embarrassed. She did not treat her guest well. She did not treat her guest well. She was the right protector of Luopo Mountain, the deputy chief, the Mute Lake monster, the protector of Dragon Rider Alley in the past, and the self-proclaimed 5th shopkeeper of the New Year shop. Zhu Meili was. Wei Pai held back his laughter. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it." Chen Wanshu took his leave and continued to busy himself. There were still many trivial matters on Luopo Mountain. Zhu Meili carried the little golden shoulder pole and ate melon seeds along the way. Although she was worried about the chief's journey, as the deputy chief, there was nothing she could do. After the 2 little girls walked away, Wei Pai continued the previous topic. With Li Huai around, it's not a big problem. Besides, Pei Qian might reach the Golden Body Realm as he walks. Let's worry about those blind martial artists and demons of the Jianghu, right? Anyway, I don't understand Pei Qian's martial arts training. It's completely unreasonable. Zhu Lian said, when the younger generation of the family travels far away, the elders always have to worry about not having enough food to eat and clothes to wear. However, you don't know how difficult it is until you've experienced it. It's time for Pei Qian to walk the Jianghu by himself. Wei Pai said, "If you're so worried, why don't you follow him? I'll help you take care of Luopo Mountain." Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and said, "Forget it. Brother Wei, you should focus on organizing the night banquet. It's not easy to find a mountain for the crown prince. There's no reason not to hold one. Look at Jin Qing, the lord of Zhongyue. Isn't he doing very well?" Wei Pai felt tired at the thought of this. He asked, Other than the gods of the mountains and rivers in Beiyu, which Qi refinement warrior is willing to come? Now, on the mountains of the Dali dynasty, there was a widely spread saying that the Beiyu region was full of the sounds of selling iron pots and pans. Wei Pai suddenly said, that immortal Xiao Po who has both the country's fate and the destiny of swordsmanship. If you're willing, I can help to pull some strings. Don't worry, Jin Qing is also someone who can hide things. Moreover, he is nostalgic for the Zhuiying dynasty. Who knows, Jin Qing might help Luo Po Mountain at the critical moment. Moreover, he might help regardless of the cost and without asking for anything in return. Zhu Lian shook his head and said, for some things, in order to achieve one's goal, one cannot be particular about the means. However, for some things, one has to be more honest. Wei Pai nodded and said, Brother Zhu, you're indeed transparent. Zhu Lian spat and scolded, transparent my ass. It's easy for me to say that now. That little bastard dares to scheme against Luo Po Mountain. I'm only tolerating that pair of master and servant on account of young master and Miss Shichio's friendship. However, if something really happens, I'll make immortal Xiao Po sell his ass for the sake of Luo Po Mountain. Wei Pai pretended that he did not hear anything. Zhu Lian stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed the sides of his mouth. If there was really a careless person who dashed out, after all, distant water could not quench the present thirst. It was not that the sword worship platform's golden core bottleneck sword cultivator Kui Wei could not be used at the critical moment. However, before Kui Wei reached the nascent soul realm, it was better for him to be quiet and not move. As for the remnant of the Zhuiying dynasty, the sword cultivator who changed his name to immortal Xiao Po, it was even more unsuitable for him to appear in public. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to Luo Po Mountain slapping the Song clan in the face. Lu Baixiang, Sui Yuyu, and Wei Xian, these 3 pure martial artists, each had their own path to walk. The Feng brothers were no longer on the mountain. Center Yuanji, Yuan Bao, and Yuan Lai, these 3 martial artists were too young. They still had a long way to go. Moreover, compared to Lu, Sui, and Wei, who were a generation older, the gap between them in terms of aptitude and temperament was not small. Zhu Lian scratched his head and sighed, our Luo Po Mountain's foundation is still not thick enough. For the sake of this lotus root-blessed land, we're even more stretched. When I think of Nuanshu secretly returning the money for the 3 red packets for the new year to me, the 3 of them only left a red packet envelope. My heart aches, my heart aches. You don't know, but even that stingy Pei Qian has started to quietly bring Nuanshu and Xiaomi back to the family. Those that can be moved to Luo Po Mountain's warehouse, and those that can be moved later, have all been sorted out. Zhu Lian stomped his feet and said, I've let young master down. I don't have the face to go to Jise Peak's ancestral hall to offer incense. Wei Pai put his hand to his forehead and said, all right, I'll hold another King night banquet, all right? I, the mountain lord, am determined to be shameless, all right? Zhu Lian grabbed Wei Pai's arm. Brother Wei is righteous. Wei Pai said helplessly, it's easy to get on a pirate ship, but it's not easy to get off. Wei Pai suddenly frowned and said, Clear Wind City's spy. Little slug. Mountain quaking fist. Zhu Lian asked, did someone burn incense and pray with you, the mountain lord? Wei Pai nodded and said, 3 incense sticks. The first 2 incense sticks were ordinary things, so I ignored them. The last incense stick was top-grade mountain incense, and there were these 3 sayings, so I took it seriously. Zhu Lian smiled and said, it's most likely a chess piece that Ji Can buried for many years. He felt that the time was right, so he came to pay his respects. What a coincidence, I was just about to go to Clear Wind City's Shu family to try my luck. It's not good to be disgusted by people all the time. It's my turn to disgust others. Wei Pai said, no hurry, I'll go meet this person first. Zhu Lian smiled and said, thank you. I'll help you ask Nuanshu for melon seeds later. Wei Pai turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lian looked at the sky, at the scene of snow, and muttered, Shisi hasn't recited a poem in a long time on the back of a donkey in the wind and snow. Shisi has always been there, wind and snow often, but there's no donkey. Even if there is, it should be Pei Qian leading it to the pugilistic world. Zhu Lian smiled knowingly. The next time the young master returned home, he would probably be even more unwilling to feed Pei Qian. Li Huai packed up his belongings. It was very simple. He carried a large bamboo box, bottles, dry food, and salted vegetables. He did not bring any of his treasures. In the pugilistic world, crooks were mixed in with the honest folk. It was better to keep a low profile. He went to the medicine shop to say goodbye to the old man. Old Yang gave Li Huai a set of clothes. It was a long green robe, something like bamboo gauze, a jade tablet without inscriptions, and a pair of boots. Li Huai did not want to accept it at first. The shop's business was a little too quiet. It was not easy for the old man to make some money. He guessed that after so many years, he had not accumulated much. His father was not in the shop, and Uncle Zheng had also traveled far away. The two new disciples of Su Dian and Shiling Mountain had also left. Li Huai was really worried. He was too embarrassed to accept the old man's things. However, the old man said that if Li Huai did not want it, it was fine. Please give it to the guy behind the counter in the front room. Li Huai almost lost his temper. If not for the fact that he was a Confucian disciple who had to act like a scholar and be more refined, Li Huai really wanted to put a gunny sack over his head and give him a good beating. This was the first time Pei Qian came to the Yang family's shop. This was the first time he met old Yang. The young girl sat on the bench opposite him respectfully. Her posture had already started to become slender. She was slightly thin and her skin was slightly dark. She was indeed not a very good-looking girl. When Pei Qian entered the backyard, he saw the old man sitting on the steps. Li Huai squatted beside him and stretched out his hand to strangle the old man's neck. He did not know what Li Huai was muttering. Pei Qian remembered his master's teachings. If it was not necessary, he was not allowed to peek into other people's minds. Old Yang looked at the young girl and said slowly, "Qi Jingchun sat on this bench before. Your master also sat on it before." Pei Qian, who was sitting upright, nodded slightly. However, Li Huai slapped the old man's head and imitated Zhu Mili's words. "Hey, hey, hey," acting all mysterious. "So what if you're older? You're scaring my friend." "Huh." Pei Qian glared at Li Huai. Li Huai immediately touched the old man's head and smoothed his hair. The old man was already used to it and did not take it seriously. Of course, Li Huai was the only exception. What if it was Heavenly Lord Xie or Sword Immortal Kaoshi? The old man said, "You can go now." Li Huai and Pei Qian walked to the bamboo curtain together. Li Huai turned around and said, "Old man, I bought a big bag of high-quality charcoal and put it in the side room. It's winter. Don't be so reluctant. It's not your money." The old man nodded. Pei Qian bowed slightly and cupped his fists. The old man nodded again. "This year, this month, this day." In the night, on the top half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the black shadow's body gradually became clearer. Its golden eyes were still the most eye-catching. It was wearing a bright red robe and had a narrow saber hanging from its waist. There were no more demons who wanted to die trying to climb on this half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. So, those sword immortals in the paintings had temporarily hidden. The black shadow had been wandering on the top of the city wall, coming and going suddenly without leaving a trace. At this moment, the black shadow took off his saber and came to the cliff of the city wall. He stood with his saber and looked down at the ground. There were still countless demons under his feet, rushing north. He looked away and looked up. There are only 2 moons left in the savage wilderness. I'm fine, but I don't know if those wanderers are safe. If you like swords, please collect them. Swords update the fastest. 686. Osmanthus Island finally returned to Old Dragon City. They slowly docked at the island outside the city. The journey back was considered smooth sailing, which made them feel relieved. The 3 of them left the Gui lineage courtyard. Wei Jin carried his sword on his back, Miu carried his sword, and a wine gourd was tied around his waist. Wei Wenlong, on the other hand, was empty-handed. There was a sea road between the island and Old Dragon City. Osman thus Maiden Jin Su sent the three of them off under the instructions of her master, Madame Gui. She brought them to another ferry port in Old Dragon City. They would change boats there and follow the dragon path to the center of the Aquarius continent. Between the sea and land crossings in Old Dragon City, there was a long street that belonged to the Sun family's ancestral land. The Fan family's chief consecrator, Ma Ji, who was originally in charge of Osmanthus Island, wanted to call for a carriage but was rejected by Wei Jin. Jin Su admired the young sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple's immortal platform from the bottom of her heart. She first asked for his help before rushing to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to kill demons. Sword Immortal Wei was the youngest immortal of the upper 5 realms in the history of the Aquarius continent. Jin Su was certain that once Wei Jin returned to the Wind Snow Temple from his trip to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the Wind Snow Temple would definitely gain a great reputation. According to some rumors that had spread in the early years, no one knew if they were true or false, but the rumors were very exaggerated. It was said that Wei Jin was able to cultivate at the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He was able to focus on nurturing his sword, and he received unique treatment. He was neighbors with the strongest swordsman at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, an old immortal. They had 2 thatched cottages, big and small. It was said that Wei Jin would often be taught swordsmanship by the old immortal. This had won a lot of gossip for the Chi cultivators of the Aquarius continent. Every time they talked about it, they would feel honored. Nowadays, whenever the continent's cultivators talked about sword cultivators, they would inevitably talk about Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin. Our Aquarius continent is the smallest among the 9 continents, but isn't our fellow countryman, Wei Jin, an outstanding existence in the Great Wall of Sword Chi filled with sword immortals? Some immortal masters even began to think that once Qi Zhen, the heavenly lord of the divine bulletin sect, ascended or went into seclusion for a long time and stopped caring about worldly affairs, then the next leader of the immortal families would most likely be Wei Jin. Once Wei Jin became an immortal, he would become the first great sword immortal in the history of Aquarius continent. By then, the power of the heavens and earth would be on his side, and his attainments in the great Tao would be immeasurable. As for the 2 unknown friends of Wei and Jin, Jin Su could only treat them with courtesy. It was said that they were both Taoists who were only 1 step away from becoming earth immortals of Gold Core realm. In the courtyard of the Gui lineage, Jin Su would occasionally accompany Lady Gui and the 3 of them to brew tea and discuss the Tao, and noticed some slight differences. The guest with the surname Wei was more reserved, and was not good with words, but was extremely interested in the local conditions and customs of the Aquarius continent, and rarely took the initiative to ask. All of them asked about the business direction of the few big families in Old Dragon City, and how to earn money, as though they were disciples of the Shong family. On the other hand, young Master Mi, who looked like an immortal in a book, did not seem to care about anything. On both sides of the road, the cultivators on the mountain had created a lotus-like landscape. Therefore, the road was bustling with people and tourists. Miu walked among them, as though he was an immortal who walked from the heavens to the mortal world. Even though Jin Su's heart already belonged to someone else, and was even more infatuated with Sun Jiashu, she had to admit that in terms of looks, this young Master Mi was really an immortal among immortals. There were many women on the road, and they could not help but take a few more glances at Miu. Unknowingly, they looked less at the lotus-like landscape, and more at the elegant young master. Where are the immortals? Burn the elixir beside the well, test the ink in the pool. 10 miles of lotuses, the cool breeze discerning the water, the bright moon in the sky. Miu muttered these 2 sentences that he read from a book on the fan of the Yang family's shop. The scholars in the vast world were indeed talented in literature. And in this vast world, if one did not talk about the people, and only talked about the scenery, it was indeed much better than the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had not even reached Old Dragon City, and there was already such a scene. At this moment, as they walked, Wei Wenlong sighed in his heart, this is the hometown of hidden official and sword immortal Wei. There was no need for Wei Jin to remind him. The 2 words hidden official were taboo, and should not be mentioned constantly. Even if Wei Wenlong could not help but mention it, he could only say it in his heart. Wei Jin laughed, If not for traveling to other continents, it would be hard to talk about hometown in such a big continent. And not only did Wei Jin not care about the Aquarius continent, he did not even have a sense of belonging to the Wind Snow Temple. Jin Su pointed to the sky above Old Dragon City, and introduced it to the two foreigners. In the past, our Old Dragon City had a sea of clouds, and it was rumored that it was at least a half-immortal weapon, a relic left behind by the ancient immortals. Riding on the clouds, one could see it from a bird's-eye view, but in the city, one could not see it. But for some reason, the sea of clouds suddenly disappeared a few years ago, and now it has become a legend on the mountain. Many Qi cultivators on the mountain specially came to verify the authenticity of the news. Wei Wenlong subconsciously started to calculate the value of a half-immortal weapon in the Aquarius continent. Miu's expression was calm, and said to Wei Jin telepathically, "Does your Aquarius continent have so many people who have nothing better to do?" Wei Jin's impression of Miu was not bad, and he was good friends with Great Sword Immortal Miu and Yu Qing. Hence, Wei Jin did not treat Miu as an outsider, and replied, "This kind of words, any sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Qi can say, but only you, Miu, have no right to be eccentric, to lie drunk in the clouds, to pretend to be an immortal, to fool foreign female cultivators, and to have a lot of love debts." Miu laughed. "You have to mention it, you deserve to be a bachelor, Sword Immortal Wei. How many Sword Immortals are there in the Aquarius continent? As a Sword Immortal, you are still so young, yet you don't have many female friends. I really don't know if the fairies in the Aquarius continent have bad eyesight, or you, Wei Jin, are not enlightened. Don't tell me that every time you walk up and down the mountain, you will stick a note on your forehead with the words 'I don't love women' written on it. Come, Sword Immortal Wei, don't be shy, we are all family, quickly take out that note, and let me and brother Wei broaden our horizons." Wei Jin laughed, "I really don't have such a note, sorry to disappoint Sword Immortal Mi." Jin Su only knew that the three of them were conversing telepathically, but she did not know what they were talking about that made them so happy. A carriage stopped in the middle of the road, and after it stopped at the shore of Osmanthus Island, a young laurel man walked down, with a jade pendant that said Old Dragon Brings Rain hanging on his waist. It was the young city lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua. After seeing Wei Jin and the rest, he lowered his head and cupped his fists. Junior Fu Nanhua greets Sword Immortal Wei. Wei Jin nodded, "I won't be visiting the city, I have to hurry." If not for Osmanthus Island's Jin Su standing beside him, Wei Jin might not have spoken a word. In the pugilistic world, Wei Jin could chat happily with the boors of the pugilistic world, but he could not be bothered to get close to the people on the mountain. Fu Nanhua stepped to the side and gave way, and smiled, "I dare not disturb Sword Immortal Wei. This junior has come because of your reputation, it is actually very rude of me." After walking out of the sea road, the group of them rode the wind and headed to the next ferry. Miu clicked his tongue, "Wei Jin, you have so much face in Aquarius continent." Wei Jin laughed, scolding people. At the ferry, someone recognized Wind Snow Temple's Sword Immortal, and there was an uproar. When Wei Jin landed, the passers-by gave way to this Sword Immortal. In Aquarius continent, where there were not many sword cultivators, an Earth Immortal sword cultivator was enough to be hailed as so-and-so Sword Immortal, let alone Wei Jin who was a true upper five realms Sword Immortal. So the passers-by in the distance were pointing and whispering. Those who were closer to Wei Jin took the initiative to bow. Miu said again, "There are quite a lot of people scolding you." Wei Jin said helplessly, "Miu, calm down, why don't we board the ferry and find a secluded place midway and leave the boat, and have a spa?" Miu laughed, "I am not stupid, we are both in the unpolished Jade Realm, but I can only defeat Spring Banner House's Sword Immortal Shao, and I cannot defeat Wind Snow Temple's Sword Immortal Wei." Wei Wenlong was even more helpless. "You two Sword Immortal seniors can spar, why do you have to involve my master?" The three of them bade farewell to Jin Su and boarded a ferry. Unlike Wei Jin who lived in seclusion, Miu still treated it as if he was traveling on Osmanthus Island, and was not willing to stay in his house. He liked to look at the mountains and rivers from the bow of the ferry, and laughed to Wei Wenlong, "So in this vast world, other than islands, there are so many mountains." During the heavy snowfall, the ferry passed by a sect on the mountain. High cliffs, high buildings, immortal pavilions, row upon row. If one leaned on the railing and looked into the distance, there were strange pine trees and cypresses, and a few patches of green in the snow. It was very eye-catching. How many private houses could have such an immortal scenery? On the opposite cliff, there was a long-bearded guest in green. Standing by the cliff, there were 8 or 9 immortals, playing chess and watching. It was unknown who was the host and who was the guest. Looking down at the beautiful scenery that was unique to this foreign land, Sword Immortal Miu seemed to be crying and laughing. Wei Jin rarely walked out of his house, and came to Miu's side, and said, "You said it yourself, in this Aquarius continent, there are not many sword immortals. You can travel around, drink some good wine, and then board the ferry." Miu had already returned to normal. "Forget it, there are no female immortals, there is no point in going." Wei Jin nodded. Dusk Cloud Mountain, Shu family's Fox Country in Clearwind City, Dallas Eternal Spring Palace in the north, there are more female immortals. Miu laughed and scolded, "I am a romantic, not a pervert." After interacting with the young hidden official for a long time, Wei Wenlong, who had been influenced by him, suddenly said softly, "This is doubtful." Wei Jin smiled knowingly. Miu gave him a thumbs up. He was in a good mood. These words have some of our hidden official's style. Miu suddenly asked, "Go plant oranges, what is that? Is there a story to tell?" Wei Jin was confused. He shook his head, "I don't know." Miu shook his head, "Brother Wei, your knowledge is lacking." Wei Jin did not mind, and returned to his house to continue nurturing his sword intent. Wei Wenlong went to the ferry to buy the Landscape Gazette. Miu leaned on the railing alone, thinking that he would soon be able to go to Luo Po Mountain to eat and wait for death, and that he would be able to see the legendary Mirror's Flower, Mirror's Moon. Miu's mood became better. But he did not know why the hidden official repeatedly mentioned the Mirror's Flower, Mirror's Moon, and every time he mentioned it, his smile was especially sincere. This was Li Huai's first cross-continent trip. Previously, he boarded the ferry at Oxhorn Mountain, and the heroic spirit puppets dragged the ferry through the sea of clouds, moving as fast as lightning. Every time there was a rainstorm, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The heroic spirit puppets refined by the Linen sect were like golden armor, shining in front of the ferry as if the sun and moon were pulling the big boat forward. Li Huai would never get tired of looking at it. Because there was no viewing platform in his residence, Li Huai often went to the bow to admire the scenery, and every time he was surprised. Pei Qian lived next door and did not like to go out. At most, she would lie by the window and look at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Li Huai persuaded her several times to go to the bow with him, but Boss Pei said that she had been through thousands of mountains and rivers, and had seen all kinds of strange things. Instead, she solemnly reminded Li Huai to be careful when he went out alone, and not to take the initiative to cause trouble. However, he did not have to be afraid of trouble coming to him. If there was an accident, she would help to inform Steward Su. Li Huai looked at the old and wise helm leader Pei, who was practicing martial arts in the slightly narrow room while speaking in the old and experienced Jianghu language. He was greatly impressed, so he sincerely said some good words. As a result, Pei Qian, who was about to start copying books, gave him a get lost as a reward. Both Du Wenxi, a nascent soul cultivator, and Pang Lanshi, a direct disciple of the ancestral hall, who had high hopes, were both appointed as the honorary offerings of Luo Po Mountain. However, this matter was not widely publicized. Moreover, every time the ferry went back and forth, the ancestral hall of both sides would have a large amount of money. After all, the entire Skeleton Beach and Spring Dew Gardens' first line of business almost included the entire southeast of the North Continent. Many of the big and small immortal mountains were secretly related to Luo Po Mountain. Luo Po Mountain sat on half of the Oxhorn Mountains ferry. Every time the cross-continent ferry went back and forth between the Skeleton Beach and Old Dragon City, close to 10% of the profits would fall into Luo Po Mountain's pocket once a year. This was a very reasonable amount of sharing. The Linen sect, Spring Dew Garden, and their allies and vassal mountains that needed to contribute people, energy, and materials, took 80% of the profits. Wei Pai, the lord of Mount Beiyu, took the last 10% of the profits. Therefore, Luo Po Mountain and the Linen sect, which was located at the southernmost tip of the North Continent, could be said to have a gentleman's friendship. However, there was also a bondage of interests between the two sides. If the friendship could be recorded in the account book, and both sides could earn money, and as the business grew, the friendship would be very solid. The steward of the ferry, an old man surnamed Su, specially took out 2 first-class rooms to entertain the 2 guests. In the end, when the girl surnamed Pei asked about the price, she refused to stay no matter what. She said that 2 ordinary cabins would be enough. She even asked the old steward if it would be troublesome to change cabins at the last minute. Not only would the first-class rooms be empty, but she would also cause the ferry to lose 2 cabins. The old manager was used to doing business, and he had already trained a pair of discerning eyes. Seeing that she was sincere and not being polite, he did not mince his words. The immortal masters who came to the Aquarius continent to do business had a long journey. As long as they had a good house to stay in, they would not lack the immortal money. This was especially so for the immortal disciples near the capital of Dali. Nowadays, they all loved to travel to the North Continent. Each one of them was more generous than the other. Therefore, they did not have to worry about the expensive cabins being empty. However, the Linen sect really did not care about earning this kind of money. After that, the young girl added that she really appreciated the seniors' good intentions, but the difference was too great. If they occupied 2 of the best rooms, it would cause the hemp sect to earn less money. She came out to suffer hardships, not to enjoy life. If her master found out, she would definitely be punished. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to move. The old man smiled and gave the girl a wooden token that read Little Summer. He said that with this token, she could use it to buy an item worth 1 little summer at the immortal shop on the ferry, Void Hatred Lane. The old man did not give Pei Chen a chance to refuse. He took advantage of his seniority and said that if she did not accept it, it would hurt their relationship. The girl said that she did not dare to refuse an elder's gift. She took the wooden token with both hands and bowed to the old nascent soul cultivator who was of high seniority in the Linen sect. The ferry manager's surname was Su, and his name was Shi. He was an old nascent soul cultivator from the Linen sect. The shopkeeper of Void Hatred Lane was surnamed Huang, and his name was Shenyu. They were old friends who had been neighbors for almost 300 years. In fact, not long after Pei Qian and Li Huai boarded the ferry, the 2 friends who had nothing to do started talking about the 2 children. The old nascent soul cultivator said that compared to the previous Chen Lingjun, the girl was young, but she was much more experienced. However, he did not know how Pei Qian would use the wooden token that was worth 1 little summer. Shopkeeper Huang was overjoyed. A customer who earned a little summer from the ferry as soon as they boarded the ferry, and more importantly, he could earn a favor. It was rare. At the same time, he spoke a few good words for Chen Lingjun. He felt that the kid was not bad. Now that they were familiar with each other, it would be fun to chat with him again. Outside of the small talk, shopkeeper Huang also had a serious question. He asked his old friend if Luopo Mountain looked down on his small business. Otherwise, why would they talk about it later when he said that he wanted to open a store on Oxhorn Mountain? Luopo Mountain clearly had many empty stores, but they said that they would discuss this matter later. They only verbally promised to leave a store with the best location for him. Shopkeeper Su smiled and comforted his good friend. That young mountain chieftain was not at the mountain, and Zhu Lian, who was acting as the abbot, did not allow Void Hatred Lane to open a branch on Oxhorn Mountain for whatever reason. They definitely had their own considerations, but it was definitely not because they looked down on shopkeeper Huang and Void Hatred Lane. Luopo Mountain still had this bit of integrity, and they were definitely not people who would curry favor with those in power. That Zhu Lian treated people with watertight manners, and he was definitely not a short-sighted person. That was what his good friend said, and he actually understood the reasoning behind it. However, shopkeeper Huang could not help but feel gloomy after being rejected. All he could say was that Luopo Mountain had become even more prosperous compared to when they first met Chen Pinggan. That young man had not been at their mountain for so long, so it was hard to say what would happen in the future. Would they become one of those immortal mountains that forgot themselves when they suddenly became rich? It was an invisible route that ran from the spring dew garden of the North Continent all the way to the old dragon city of the Aquarius continent. Apart from the hemp sect, spring dew garden, cloud stripping mountain, and Luo Po mountain that had formed an alliance in the beginning, the Fan family and the Sun family of the old dragon city gradually began to join in. There was also a young man called Dong Shuijing. Afterwards, 3 descendants of generals with the surname of the Pillar State of Dali, Guaniran of the Great Blasphemy Supervisor, Supervisor Cao of the Dragon Province of Dali, and Prefectural Governor Yuan temporarily only used their own names to do business on the mountain. In reality, the cloud-stripping mountain originally could have earned even more. It was just that Lord Wei of the Great Mountains had given it to Luo Po Mountain. Shopkeeper Huang had never actually considered how to earn money on Oxhorn Mountain. Instead, he trusted the young man's character more. He was willing to take the initiative to form a good relationship with the thriving Luo Po Mountain. The cultivators of the North Continent were filled with the aura of Jianghu. They cared a lot about their reputation. In the past few years, shopkeeper Huang had often boasted to his friends about how he possessed a unique insight. He was the first person in the entire North Continent to discover that the young mountain lord was anything but ordinary. Even sect master Zhu Quan paled in comparison to him in this aspect. As a result, the more this was the case, the more dejected the old shopkeeper felt. The divine money that could not be brought with him when he was born and could not be taken with him when he died was just like a passing guest living in someone else's purse. To a golden core cultivator who had no hopes of becoming a great cultivator, earning more or less was a trivial matter. He might not be able to drink and boast with others, but was there anything more important than that? There was none. One day, the two of them began to drink again. A woman who managed the specific business matters of the Void Hatred workshop came over to talk to the two of them. After She heard everything, he joked, "Are those 2 kids collecting trash? Why aren't you stopping them? Is the Void Hatred workshop so black-hearted to earn money? It's a good thing that I only gave them a small wooden token. Otherwise, after this incident, your Void Hatred workshop can forget about opening a shop on Oxhorn Mountain in the future." Shopkeeper Huang said helplessly, "I didn't mention this to Water Caltrop because I didn't want to complicate matters. It's mainly because the workshop happened to be clearing out the inventory once every 60 years and found a large pile of old items. Many of them were actually muddled accounts. Old friends couldn't repay their debts, so they used items to repay their debts. Many of the items that were only worth 50 snow coins were accepted by the Void Hatred workshop as a small sum of money. The woman in charge of the Void Hatred workshop, who was nicknamed Water Caltrop by the shopkeeper, immediately understood the severity of the situation. She already had a way to remedy the situation. Just as she was about to speak, the highly respected elder Su smiled and said, "You don't have to do anything deliberately. Isn't this good enough? Later, get your shopkeeper Huang to use his status as an elder and claim to be Chen Ping'an's best friend. Give him an item worth a small sum of money. Otherwise, that little girl named Pei Qian won't accept it." At this point, the old man and Water Caltrop casually asked, "They bought a large pile of junk. Is there any possibility of picking up a bargain?" The woman smiled bitterly and shook her head. "We have a new shop assistant in our workshop. When he earns money, he doesn't even recognize his own family. He dares to sell anything and dares to ask for any price. The eyesight of the appraisers in our workshop isn't bad. Those 2 children also picked the cheapest ones. I reckon that if we continue to buy like this, by the time they get off the boat, it'll be difficult to buy 10 snowflakes with money. At that time, I'm afraid that our Void Hatred workshop will be scolded as a black shop." Shopkeeper Huang had a strange expression. The woman smiled. Knowing the relationship between the 2 elders, she wasn't afraid of revealing the heavenly secret. That new shop assistant was praised by our shopkeeper Huang as a good seedling. He wanted me to cultivate him well. As it turned out, Pei Qian was in high spirits today. Holding the small heat wooden tablet, he brought Li Huai to the Void Hatred workshop. Li Huai was even more excited. Coincidentally, he looked through the almanac. Today was a good day to buy and sell. Let me do it, let me do it. The two of them first went to look at the pair of magic swords that their master had mentioned. It was a feast for the eyes. In any case, they definitely couldn't afford to buy them. Falling Rain and Chiming Lantern were two swords left behind by an ancient Immortal's Dao companion. They were severely damaged. If they wanted to repair them to their original state, it would cost too much money. It wasn't worth it. When their master was on the ferry, they were already one of the treasures of the shop. Even now, they still couldn't be sold. There were especially many items in the Void Hatred workshop today. Pei Qian's eyes were dazzled. However, the prices weren't cheap. As expected, on the Immortal's ferry, money wasn't money. Li Huai said with certainty that he would only buy the cheap ones. Pei Qian, who was originally a little hesitant, simply handed the wooden tablet to Li Huai and let him try his luck. Li Huai clasped his hands together and raised them high. He rubbed his palms together and muttered, "Heavenly Spirit, Earth Spirit, God of Fortune is visiting my house today." Pei Qian was more at ease. An Immortal's Celadon's brush washer. 10 snowflakes cost money. She looked like an immortal. Her porcelain burning skills were obviously very good. She was not bad at all. Where was Li Huai's hometown? How could he not know the quality of a porcelain body? Li Huai saw Pei Qian sneering from the corner of his eye. He was worried that she would think that he was careless in spending money. He even tapped lightly with his fingers. The tinkling sounds were crisp and pleasing to the ear. He looked, tapped, and listened. He used his eyes, hands, and ears at the same time. He nodded repeatedly, indicating that this item was neither bad nor bad. The young shop assistant at the side also nodded gently, indicating that this buyer couldn't judge a book by its cover. It was an old and tattered scroll. After it was opened, it was painted with a fox worshipping the moon. 5 snowflakes cost money. In this house of Void Hatred, such a cheap item was rarely seen. The young shop assistant lamented at the side. If nothing unexpected happened, the customer should have picked up a bargain again. Take a look at this dusty painting. Although it didn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy, just based on the painting technique, the fine details, and the strokes that were enough to show the fox demon's roots and hair, was already worth 5 snowflakes. A red sandalwood writing box inlaid with gold and silver threads. It came with a pair of small and exquisite 3-colored lions. 15 snowflakes cost money. It was rare for Pei Qian to feel that this transaction wasn't a loss. The writing box was similar to a treasure box. After it was opened, it was big and small. It won by quantity. Pei Qian had always been very fond of such items. A bundle of yellow paper talisman was tied tightly with 2 red ropes. It was 1 foot tall. There were too many talisman. After being folded for many years, it was already uneven. Only the front and back of the talisman patterns and ranks could be seen. According to the shop assistant at House of Void Hatred, as long as half of the 100 or so talisman inside had 2 talisman ranks, it would be a guaranteed profit. In the early years, a poor ferry passenger was embarrassed and had no choice but to pawn the ferry at a low price. He promised to redeem it within 100 years. In the end, many years had passed. Not long ago, House of Void Hatred cleaned up its inventory. Only then could these talisman see the light of day again. According to the appraiser's appraisal, just the red rope of unknown material and the tenacity of the rope alone were worth 1 snowflake. In the end, House of Void Hatred asked for 30 snowflakes. Li Huai, with a posture that he thought was very murderous, bargained down to 29 snowflakes. He felt a great sense of accomplishment. Beside Li Huai, Pei Qian had been watching with cold eyes. He looked at Li Huai, who was holding a large bundle of talisman. He was very happy. Selling the talisman would earn him a commission. The shop assistant at House of Void Hatred was even happier. Li Huai casually held the thick bundle of talisman's red ropes and softly said to Pei Qian, "It sounds like there's a story. I've made a profit." Pei Qian said unhappily, "Story? Those dogskin plasters in the marketplace all have a few stories about their ancestors. If you're willing to listen, I can make up 8 or 10 stories for you on the spot." Li Huai's face was full of astonishment. Pei Qian pulled Li Huai to the side. "Li Huai, can you do it or not? Don't buy it recklessly. A whole snowflake's worth of money. There are only a few snowflakes left to spend. I heard from Master that many items from the mountains in the south can be sold to the north of the great blasphemy of the northern continent. If they are handled properly and find the right seller, the price will have a chance of doubling. Li Huai was stunned. He thought to himself, there's never a time when I don't buy things recklessly. I only look at the fate of the eyes and don't ask about the price. Anyway, if I can afford it, then I'll buy it. If I can't afford it, then so be it. After getting it, he had never thought of selling it for money. Li Huai was a little guilty. He patted his chest and promised, I'll definitely take a closer look next. Pei Qian was so angry that he slapped Li Huai on the head. So you didn't take a good look at it before? Li Huai's face was sullen. Then let's return these items to House of Void Hatred. Pei Qian was famous for being stingy. He was narrow-minded and liked to hold grudges. If he really lost money, Li Huai couldn't afford it. Therefore, Li Huai said that it was better to leave it at that for today. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian said angrily, are you stupid? Today, we came to House of Void Hatred to buy and sell, relying on our own judgment and ability to earn money. If we lose money, it's fine if House of Void Hatred doesn't know about our Luo Po Mountain's identity. If they know, we'll definitely make a profit the next time we come to spend the remaining snowflakes. But if we spend money on these bastard snowflakes, what we'll lose is my master and Luo Po Mountain's incense money. Li Huai, you should think about it yourself. Therefore, Pei Qian pressed Li Huai's head and made him spend the entire snowflake's worth of money. After that, Pei Qian crossed his arms and looked at Li Huai coldly with a straight face. Li Huai trembled with fear and bought 2 more items. Returning to Pei Qian's house, Li Huai carefully placed all the items on the table. Pei Qian opened a brand new account book and slapped the table. Li Huai, open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. What price did you use to buy those useless items? I will record them down clearly. If when we return home, they all fall into our hands, you can do as you see fit. Li Huai anxiously scratched his head with both hands. Pei Qian gave him a sidelong glance. Li Huai immediately put down his hands and silently told himself that he must not make a fool of himself. Otherwise, if he bought the real thing, Pei Qian would think it was fake. He had just left for this long trip, so he couldn't keep being bullied by Pei Qian. Therefore, Li Huai sat on a chair and gently blew on the Celadon brush washer. He carefully rubbed it and whispered to the immortal Cheng Cha on the brush washer, brother, work hard, you must work hard. You can not make money, but you must not lose money. Once Pei Qian lost money, your uncle Li Huai would be finished. Fated to meet 1,000 miles away, we can cross the same boat after 100 years of cultivation. The rest of the brothers and sisters, let's talk about the brotherhood of the Jianghu. Let's part on good terms, let's start and finish well, harmony brings wealth. Li Huai raised the brush washer high. The bottom was very strange. It was not engraved with the country's name, but with an ancient seal poem. Cheng Cha received the immortal guests, and they came to the side of the 3 stars. Li Huai said, I have never seen this poem in a book. Pei Qian said while recording, how many books have you read? Li Huai was speechless. Pei Qian put down the brush and said clearly, if you make a loss, it's not all your fault. I have to take half of it. Li Huai felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Pei Qian thought for a while and took the bundle of talismans. She began to untie the dead knot of the red rope. Unexpectedly, it was a little difficult. She spent a long time to untie the knot and put aside the red rope that was more than 10 feet long. Pei Qian was familiar with the material of the talisman. She first took out the first and the last 2 pieces of yellow paper. They were the most common talisman paper, not the yellow seal paper used by the immortal master to carry the talisman into the mountains and rivers. However, it was true that the talisman was made by the Qi cultivator. Otherwise, just this bundle of yellow seal paper, not to mention the complete talisman that produced the talisman gall and a little spiritual light, was already very valuable. She might not even be able to buy a few small pieces of it. In the end, after Pei Qian took out the 2 pieces of talisman paper, she suddenly wiped the bundle of talisman. Then she began to be stunned. A bolt from the blue struck Li Huai's head. It was a great grievance that he died before he succeeded. A bundle of talisman. Except for the 4 pieces of talisman paper, the rest were worthless blank talisman paper. Pei Qian whispered, "Sure enough, the mountain business is the same as the market business in the streets of Nanyuan Kingdom's capital." Pei Qian rubbed her face hard for a moment and finally sighed, "Forget it, we agreed to take half. The cost of these 35 pieces of snow will all be on my account." She opened the account book again. Although she picked up the brush to write, Pei Qian kept turning her head and staring at Li Huai. Li Huai asked carefully, "Go to the Shuhan Square to curse?" Pei Qian gritted her teeth and said, "They didn't force you to buy or sell." "Curse for what?" Pei Qian closed the account book and leaned back on the chair. She swayed along with the chair and said to herself, "There's no such thing as a free lunch." When Pei Qian mentioned a free lunch, Li Huai was a little sad. This was because she missed the pork and cabbage dumplings at home. The shepherd's purse dumplings were delicious even without meat. Li Huai felt even sadder when he thought about how he had already shouldered a huge debt of half a summer's worth of money before he even reached the North Continent on this trip. Pei Qian said, all right. That small piece of money fell from the sky. These things look okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you buy them. As usual, we'll divide them equally." There was a celestial celadon brush washer, a painting of a fox worshipping the moon, an old sandalwood study box with a pair of tricolored lions as a gift, a paperweight in the style of a guqin in the Luoxia style, a drunken inkstone of an immortal holding the moon, and a secretly engraved green glaze bowl with a pearl and dragon pattern. To be honest, it was not easy to buy so many immortal artifacts in a cross-continent ferry shop with only one small piece of snow. Pei Qian leaned on the table and looked at the guqin paperweight. Li Huai looked at the painting of a fox worshipping the moon. The two of them looked up at each other at the same time and then grinned together. The items on the table might not be very valuable. Of course, not to mention the bundle of talismans that Pei Qian had thrown into the book box, they actually liked them very much. When they arrived at the Skeleton Beach Ferry, Pei Qian took Li Huai to bid farewell to Steward Su and shopkeeper Huang before they disembarked. Shopkeeper Huang chuckled and took out a parting gift, saying that Pei Qian should not refuse it. She was good friends with her master and should accept it. Pei Qian, on the other hand, did not accept it. She only said that when the Void Hatred workshop opened for business at Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, she would do her best to give a small opening gift. Then, she would shamelessly ask Grandpa Huang for a big red packet. Shopkeeper Huang was grinning from ear to ear and agreed. Not only that, Pei Qian also took out the gift prepared by Sister Nuanshu. It was an exquisite bookmark made from the leaves of the green bamboo planted by Wei Shanjun of the cloud-splitting mountain. She gave it to the 2 old seniors on the ferry. There were some poems written on the bamboo leaves. If it was not written by the big white goose, it was written by the old chef. Pei Qian felt that even if they were added together, they would not be as good as her master's handwriting. Fortunately, the 2 old men accepted the gifts with a smile. They were the same kind of people who took a few more glances after glancing at the gifts. Pei Qian was originally quite worried that he would accept the gifts and throw them away, but it seemed that he wouldn't. When going up the mountain or into the water, one had to first pray to the gods and burn incense. Her master did not remind Pei Qian, but she had followed her master through the pugilistic world and did not need to be taught. Therefore, Pei Qian did not go to the Mural City first, but directly brought Li Huai to the Mui Mountain. The person who received the guests was still the god of wealth of the hemp sect, Wei Yusong. Zhu Quan happened to be on the mountain this time, so he came to meet Chen Pingan's first disciple. He was also carrying a bamboo box and holding a mountain walking stick. The green-clothed little boy called Chen Lingjun from before looked sneaky. Although he was not annoying, he was not too likable. However, the slightly tanned and thin young girl in front of him was very pleasing to Zhu Quan's eyes. It did not matter if she was a girl or a little girl. Why did she look so good? This young girl called Pei Qian was not bad. Zhu Quan asked Pei Qian and Li Huai about their travel route in detail. According to the young girl, it was similar to Chen Lingjuan's early days. They both went from the skeletal beach to the southeast. After reaching the spring dew garden at the mouth of the Great Blasphemy Sea, it was completely different. Chen Lingjun went upstream along the Great Blasphemy Sea, while Pei Qian and the rest went north directly. They did not go to the northernmost point, but turned left midway and changed their route. As for the journey to the spring dew garden, Pei Qian and Li Huai would not take the immortal ferry. They would only go on foot. However, the skeletal beach near the Mui Mountain was very beautiful, so the two of them still wanted to take a look around. Li Huai did not have any opinions about this. Besides, was there any use even if he had any opinions? The branch leader was Pei Qian, not him. Because of Zhu Mili, Pei Qian was already very familiar with the language of the North Continent. Compared to other continents, the North Continent's language was widely used. Therefore, when it came to language, it saved the foreigners a lot of trouble. However, there were some customs in the North Continent that made the foreigners worry a lot. Pei Qian was also very familiar with the official language of the few small countries around Mute Lake. When it came to learning things seriously, Pei Qian had always been very fast. However, when she was by her master's side, she had to do everything slower. She had to copy books slower, walk slower, and grow slower. It was rare for Zhu Quan to be so patient as to listen to a young girl's words. Even when she was discussing matters in the ancestral hall, she did not seem to be so attentive. Most of the time, she would sit cross-legged on the chair, resting her chin on one hand, and yawn continuously. Regardless of whether she understood or heard, she would nod from time to time. The patriarch of the discipline Yang Su, the god of wealth Wei Yusong, Du Wenxi, and the other ancestral hall members were all used to this. A few years ago, after completing a long-term business deal with the Aquarius continent, Zhu Quan's confidence soared. She probably realized that she was a genius in doing business. Therefore, every time the ancestral hall discussed matters, she would change her bad habits and be full of fighting spirit. She would insist on getting involved in the details. In the end, she was suppressed by Yang Su and Wei Yusong. Especially Wei Yusong, who directly scolded her and told her to stop giving orders. He then chased her to Qinglu town in the Ghost Valley. Before going down the mountain, Zhu Quan had to give Pei Qian a gift. Just like the ferry, Pei Qian did not accept it. She had her own set of reasonable words. If she was beside her master, as long as her master did not say anything, she would accept the gift. But when her master was not around, Pei Qian felt that she could not be so casual. Zhu Quan recognized Pei Qian as his goddaughter. Without giving Pei Qian a chance to reject, he immediately rode the wind to the skeleton beach. Pei Qian and Li Huai looked at each other in dismay. The two of them went down the mountain and went to the mural city at the foot of the mountain. After the blessings of the 8 goddess portraits were all gone, only lifeless portraits were left. Thus, the city of murals became a place where people of all sizes gathered. It became more and more chaotic. Over here, Pei Qian still remembered a little story that her master had told her. That year, there was a woman who was charging towards him. In the end, she did not hit him, so she had to break an authentic flowing cloud vase that was worth 3 small coins. But this time, Pei Qian did not meet that woman. Actually, when she heard her master talking about this back then, Pei Qian had been acting dumb. At that time, she was too embarrassed to tell her master that she had also done this when she was young. She was much more experienced than that woman. However, she could not be alone. She had to be in a group. The big one had to dress like a dog and wear clean clothes. They had to look like they were from a well-off family. The small one had to be in the middle of winter. It was the simplest. At most, his hands would be covered with frostbite and blood. The big one would grab onto a passerby and not let them go. The small one would immediately squat on the ground and reach out his hands to scratch randomly. There was blood here and there. He would then wipe the blood on his face. His actions would be very fast. He would then scream at the top of his lungs, as if his parents had died. Just by looking at it, he would be able to scare people. He would then shout that this was an ancestral item, that he had sold it at a pawn shop with his father, and that it was the money to save his mother's life. Then he would cry and kowtow. If he was clever, he would kowtow in the snow. There would be less blood on his face, and he would not be afraid. He would just wipe his face with the back of his hand. Going back and forth, it was more effective. If it was not winter, he would have to suffer a little. Pei Qian had suffered once at that time, so she did not agree to do that work again. She ran elsewhere to make a living. The reason was very simple. At that time, she really could not bear the pain of broken porcelain cutting her hands. Besides, if it was not winter, there would be no snow. Wouldn't it hurt to kowtow? After Pei Qian ran away, there was an old master who was in charge of the salted porcelain business. After Pei Qian ran away, he felt that it was a pity. This was because later on, he met Pei Qian and said that she was actually a good person. When she cried, she was more sincere, as if she was crying at a funeral. Her eyes were big, and after crying, her face was full of fake tears. Mixed with the blood on the back of her hand from the frostbite on her face, that small face seemed to be only left with those big eyes. However, the last time Pei Qian met the old master who had crippled many of Pei Qian's peers, it was in a shabby alley in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. In the middle of winter, it was unknown whether he had been beaten to death or frozen to death. It was also possible that he had been beaten half to death and then frozen to death. Who knew? In any case, he did not have a single copper coin left on him. Pei Qian had secretly searched his body before the patrolmen in the capital collected the corpse. She knew. She remembered that back then, she had scolded that even if he became a ghost, he would still be a poor ghost. Li Huai asked, "What are you thinking about?" Pei Qian shook her head and said with a smile, "Nothing." She just missed her master. She missed the master who had made Pei Qian the way she was today. 687. Walking into the mountains of the Wind Snow Temple on a snowy night, the scenery was absolutely beautiful. Deep in the night, the snow was heavy, and the sound of pine and cypress branches breaking and bamboo snapping could be heard. From the beginning to the end, Wei Jin did not send a flying sword message to the ancestral master hall of the Wind Snow Temple. As for the immortal platform of the Wind Snow Temple, it was even more unnecessary, because Wei Jin was the only descendant of the immortal platform. The old mansion buildings in the mountains were only set up a symbolic layer of mountain and water restriction. They only hoped that it would not collapse and there would be no outsiders to clean it. There was no need to gather spiritual aura, nor to hide wind and water. Previously, even when he arrived at the boundary of the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin still did not intend to greet his master and went straight to the tombs on the mountain. After toasting at the immortal platform, Wei Jin would leave immediately. Naturally, he did not want to go to the ancestral master hall. The scenery of the Wind Snow Temple was excellent, and the immortal platform was the best in the Wind Snow Temple. It was a famous place in the continent. There were many ancient pines and cypresses that were thousands of years old in the mountain. Tonight, the mountain was covered with snow, and there were several eminent cultivators sleeping under the pines. They should be cultivators from other mountains of the Wind Snow Temple. They came here to enjoy the snow and did not want to leave, so they simply began to cultivate on the spot. Encountering Wei Jin, the snow-white Matsushita Isha did not say anything, but just stood up and saluted from afar. Wei Jin turned a blind eye. Miu, a foreigner, waved goodbye to the immortal under the Matsushita Isha with a smile. The latter was very confused about the identity of this handsome young master, who was able to enter the mountain together with Wei Jin. It should be known that when Wei Jin visited the tombs, he hated it the most when people chatted with him on the way, not to mention bringing their friends to the immortal platform as guests. Wei Jin did not like to talk about the past of the Wind Snow Temple, but it did not matter. Miu had Wei Wenlong, who went everywhere to buy mountain and river gazettes. This Spring Banner Jai accountant was really good at checking and searching for secret records. Compared to Aquarius Continent's genealogy master, Miu knew that Wind Snow Temple was one of the ancestral halls of Aquarius Continent's military school. It was split into 6 branches, and Ruan Teng, who was from the same hometown as Master Hidden Official, was from the Greenwater Pond branch. He left behind a long-distance sword furnace for Wind Snow Temple, which was a typical case of parting on good terms with his old sect. Wind Snow Temple could be considered as half of Dragon Spring Sword Sect's maternal home. Ruan Teng was the #1 sword forger of Aquarius continent, and because of a sword forger, he had a conflict with Water Talisman Dynasty's Da Mo Manor. The sword immortal of Da Mo Manor was detained by Wind Snow Temple for 50 years, and was still a prisoner. Occasionally, Wei Wenlong and Mi would talk about the gossip of Wind Snow Temples when Qing Peak and Da Mo go. For example, the old ancestor of Da Mo Go and a certain Grand Elder of Eternal Spring Palace had traveled the Jianghu together when they were young. It was a great story, but unfortunately, they did not become immortal companions. Wei Jin could not help but ask casually, was there really such a thing? Wei Wenlong said reasonably, which few mountain and river gazettes in history could prove each other. Moreover, each time the Eternal Spring Palace opened or had a breakthrough ceremony, the other branches of Wind Snow Temple would usually send their direct disciples to Dali to congratulate. When did the old ancestor of Da Mo Go not go there personally? Wei Jin was speechless. He had never spoken a word with that so-called immortal cultivator of Da Mo Go. How could he know these things? What was even stranger was that Wei Wenlong flipped through the mountain and river gazettes from hundreds of years ago every day. He did not get tired of it and even took some notes. He often asserted which mountain heads were puffing themselves up at their own cost. Each time they held a banquet, they had to bite the bullet and cut off a layer of their family's wealth. He also said which mountain heads liked to hide their strength and bide their time, secretly making a fortune to strengthen their family's wealth. On the mountain, there were also a few groups of Wenqing Peak boys and girls carrying immortal porcelain bowls. They had received their master's order and came to the immortal plateau. They used secret techniques and treasures to pick snowflakes, brew cold crisp wine, and carve flowers. The former was used to entertain guests, and the latter was used as a gift. There was a great deal of attention to the matter of picking snowflakes. They had to pick the ancient pine branches by the cliff and place them in bottles and jars. At different times, there would be different places to pick snowflakes. To the ordinary teachers, the matters of the immortals on the mountain were indeed a matter of heaven. When these children saw Wei Jin, who had an extremely high seniority in Wind Snow Temple, they did not greet him. It was not because they were unwilling, but because they did not dare to. However, everyone was happy. The famous sword immortal Wei, founding Master Wei, had finally returned to the mountain. Wei Jin seemed to have looked down on the earth immortal under the pine tree. However, when he met the children of Wind Snow Temple, he would say something similar. The general meaning was nothing more than to remember not to send messages to their elders. There were many cliffs and precipitous cliffs on the immortal plateau. It was not easy to pick snowflakes, so they had to be more careful. When Wei Jin and his group walked further and further away, a boy who picked snowflakes jumped up and shouted, "Sword Immortal Wei is talking to me." Soon, there were children arguing with him, "Founding Master Wei is talking to me." The sound of children arguing accompanied the sound of wind and snow. Miu turned to look at Wei Jin and asked with a smile, "Wind Snow Temple has always had a good reputation on the mountain and under the mountain. Why are you so resentful?" Wei Jin did not have the intention to speak. On the vast immortal mountain, every family had its own difficulties. If one really wanted to argue, it might not involve a clear right and wrong. However, if one did not care at all, it would be hard to bear. Miu said, "Wenlong." Wei Wenlong said telepathically, "The contents of the Mountain River Bulletin of the Aquarius continent are very particular and strict. They don't dare to talk about the family affairs of big mountains like Wind Snow Temple. The customs and people are very different from our Great Wall of Sword Chi. In particular, Sword Immortal Wei broke through the realm too quickly. He is also the only seedling of the Immortal Plateau. The refiners of Wind Snow Temple like to wander around. They are very likely to belong to different dynasties and camps compared to the military cultivators of Marshall Mountain. They are very different. Therefore, the Mountain River Bulletin only dares to write about Sword Immortal Wei when the cultivators of Wind Snow Temple go down the mountain to experience the world. At most, they write about him and one of the golden children of Divine Grandeur sect in the past." Wei Jin coughed. Wei Wenlong immediately shut up. When they arrived at the tomb, Wei Jin offered incense and took out 3 pots of wine. 1 pot of bamboo grotto heaven wine from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, 1 pot of Forget Sorrow wine from the Yellow Millet wine shop on Upside Down Mountain, and 1 pot of Osmanthus wine from Old Dragon City. Wei Jin squatted at the tomb and muttered to himself. He poured the 3 pots of wine in front of him. Before the group left the immortal plateau and went down the mountain, a childlike man riding a sword came. He was the old ancestor of Wind Snow Temple. Wei Jin cupped his fists and saluted. That old ancestor did not persuade Wei Jin to stay in the mountain. He only talked about some sect affairs related to Wei Jin. In the end, the old ancestor of Wind Snow Temple took the initiative to talk about the battle between the sword cultivators of Zhengyang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden at the peak of the Immortal Plateau. At that time, they did not inform Wei Jin, who was in the Jianghu, that the Wind Snow Temple had done something inappropriate. Wei Jin shook his head and said that the Immortal Plateau belonged to the Wind Snow Temple after all. For such matter, there was nothing inappropriate about it. The 2 sides said goodbye without any hesitation. After the group of 3 left the Immortal Plateau, the childlike old ancestor of Wind Snow Temple rode his sword to an ancient pine tree branch. He put away his long sword and looked into the distance. He seemed to be worried. The old ancestor of the Qin clan of the Great Dark Valley appeared next to him and asked softly, since Wei Jin was able to return to the mountain alive, his sword immortal aura has become even stronger. It's almost impossible to hide it. This is a great auspicious sign. Why are you worried instead of happy? The boy raised his chin. Can you see the depth of the 2 people next to Wei Jin? The Great Dark Valley elder said, that one with an ordinary appearance is an earth immortal of the gold core stage, right? The boy nodded. The elder said, as for that one who looks much better than Wei Jin, forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't see through him. The boy said, previously, you were far away. When the other party saw me flying over on my sword, he instantly revealed a trace of hostility. At that time, the other party's sword intent was extremely shocking. However, he restrained it very quickly and naturally. This is even more reason not to underestimate him. The elder said with confusion, you are a sword immortal in name and in reality. You are not those nascent soul stage immortals of Zhengyang Mountain who hide their heads and tails. Do you need to be afraid of them at your own mountain? Those who could be friends with sword immortals were not simple people. The boy said with a low voice, let's not talk about whether the other party is a person who has hidden his Tao. What I am truly afraid of is Wei Jin's attitude after this person revealed that trace of hostility. It doesn't matter. It's normal, so I didn't stop him. You must know that no matter how alienated Wei Jin appears to be from the Wind Snow Temple, he is still a person who respects his teacher. However, when that outsider showed hostility to our Wind Snow Temple, don't you think it's strange for Wei Jin to behave like this? The elder asked cautiously, could it be a sword immortal from that place? The elder immediately clicked his tongue in wonder. Such a good-looking sword immortal. I can't believe it. This Wei Jin is really something. He doesn't let the goodies flow into the fields of others. He doesn't even know to bring his friend to my Great Dark Valley. The boy sighed. Whatever. That fleeting hostility of the other party seems to be directed at my identity as a sword immortal, not the entire Wind Snow Temple. That's enough. Regarding this matter, you can forget about it. The elder nodded. The boy chuckled. Little Qin, now I don't care about that person's identity. I am only worried about your big mouth. Today, you are chatting happily with a wandering sword immortal on a snowy night. Tomorrow, you will become sworn brothers with that sword immortal at first sight. The day after tomorrow, that sword immortal will become the son-in-law of your Great Dark Valley. The Great Dark Valley Qin ancestor revealed a resentful expression. After they left the mountain top of the Wind Snow Temple, the snowstorm was not small. Thousands of miles of the world was covered in snow. The 3 of them did not deliberately fly high and chose to ride the wind to travel in the snow. Wei Jin rode the sword. Miu, who was also a sword immortal, preferred to ride the wind that was slower. He claimed to be taking care of brother Wei. The world was vast, but there were few immortals. Wei Wenlong laughed. We are not too far away from the Luo Po mountain. Miu said with a mischievous smile, you are the chosen candidate of the ancestral hall of the Luo Po mountain, but I am not. When the time comes, remember to take care of me. Don't turn your back on me after becoming a consecrator and yell at me every day. Wei Wenlong said with a bitter face, you are joking, Sword Immortal Mi. According to the established plan, Wei Jin would send Miu and Wei Wenlong to the Luo Po mountain. Then, Wei Wenlong would settle down there. Miu would take the cross-continent ferry to the Great Hui sword sect of the North Continent. With Miu's strength, the relationship between the Great Hui sword sect and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the young hidden official and the new head, Qi Jinglong, it was reasonable for Miu to become a member of the Ancestral Hall. Only, when Miu heard that Wei Jin was going to the North Continent, he asked the Sword Sovereign again. He asked Wei Jin to pass a message to the Great Hui sword sect. He, Miu, was thick-skinned to ask for an anonymous consecrator. If it was difficult, please don't make it difficult. If they agreed, it would be out of friendship. If they didn't agree, it would be their duty. Miu really didn't have the face to ask the Great Hui sword sect to agree. Between the words, it wasn't just the self-proclaimed embroidered pillow Miu's mocking words. Miu was indeed respectful to the Great Hui sword sect. Wei Jin didn't like to affirm or deny the lives of others. Miu was a genuine unpolished jade realm. The so-called flower frame was compared to the top sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Moreover, Miu wasn't a 3-year-old child. Hence, since Miu was so insistent, Wei Jin agreed. Wei Wenlong said that Luopa Mountain and Cloud-Splitting Mountain each occupied half of Oxhorn Mountain's ferry. Other than the North Continent's cross-continent ferry, there was also an ink-flipping ferry used to travel far and wide. Its true ownership had never been revealed to the outside world. The temporary manager was Liu Zhongruan, the island owner of Bookslip Lake's Pearl Hairpin Island. The woman was born a princess of a destroyed dynasty. That dynasty's secret vault once had a dragon boat and a water palace. They were all treasures on the mountain. Presumably, the ink-flipping ferry was one of the dragon boats. If Sword Immortal Wei didn't mind the delay, the three of them could take this ferry to Oxhorn Mountain. Wei Wenlong also hoped to see the flow of people on the ferry, as well as the loading and unloading of goods along the way. Wei Jin had no objections. Miu was even more eager and excited. He was finally home, he finally found someone to rely on. He didn't have to worry about food and drink anymore. The ink-flipping ferry's southernmost dock was located at the Yellow Mud Ferry, which was slightly north of the central part of the Aquarius continent. The name of the ferry didn't have any celestial aura. The origin of the name was already unknown. The neighboring ferry that was closest to the Yellow Mud Ferry wasn't any better. It was called Murong Zhuang Ferry. There was a celestial mountain in Murong Zhuang Ferry that was mostly populated by female cultivators. The Fisherman's Song Mountain cultivated the water spell. Most of the female cultivators were beautiful. The Fisherman's Song Mountain had already changed the name of Murong Zhuang Ferry to Green Ku Ferry. However, all the cultivators on the mountain didn't appreciate it. Therefore, the village girls of Fisherman's Song Mountain went out for training and the celestial disciples of the invincible Divine Fist sect went out for training. Both sides were filled with grief and indignation. When they were close to the Yellow Mud Ferry, Wei Jin met another group of celestial masters who had a good relationship with the Wind Snow Temple. Wei Jin ignored them. An old celestial master shouted loudly. Wei Jin had no choice but to stop riding his sword. However, Sword Immortal Wei dismissed them with a few words. As a lone Sword Immortal, he had no intention of establishing a sect. There was no need for him to consider the ways of the world. Furthermore, the immortal masters on the mountain who were just short of being given the cold shoulder did not feel that Wei Jin was unreasonable at all after separating from him. Instead, they felt that Sword Immortal Wei's actions were in line with the bearing of a Sword Immortal as a cultivator on the mountain peak. Being able to converse with Sword Immortal Wei was enough to boast to outsiders. Naturally, Miu would tease Sword Immortal Wei about his wide network of connections, reputation, and prestige. He also brought out sword immortal Shao from Spring Banner House to bask in the sun. More and more records of Wei Jin's homecoming were recorded in the various mountain and river court reports. Wei Jin parted ways with Miu and the rest at the Yellow Mud Ferry. Wei Jin didn't take the Black Ink Ferry, nor did he board the Hemp Sect's cross-continent ferry. He went straight to the North Continent and chose to ride his sword across the continent. Who could stop him from riding his sword? There was no need for pleasantries. When he boarded the Black Ink Ferry, the Celestial Sisters on the ferry were all very young. Perhaps their realms weren't high, but their smiling faces were beautiful. At that moment, Miu felt like he had returned home. Master Hidden Official didn't lie to me. Wei Wenlong followed the same old rules. He first bought mountain and river court reports from the ferry, both old and new. Once, a flock of birds flew past the ferry. Not only that, there was also a group of female cultivators from Mount Yunxia in colorful clothes. They rode on various celestial birds and traveled with the ferry for more than 100 miles. Wei Wenlong was no stranger to Mount Yunxia. There were many records of cloud root stones transported from the mountain to Old Dragon City and then to Inverted Hanging Mountain in Spring Banner House's account books. Wei Wenlong then left the most common cabin. It must have been hard on Mi Genxian. It was the same room as his, but it was not shabby. Although it was not luxurious, it was simple and elegant. There were many calligraphy and painting treasures in the room that decorated the door. It was obvious that the person who flipped the ink ferry had put in a lot of effort. Everything was delicate and meticulous. It was like a woman holding a silk fan to cover half of her face, standing under a tree gracefully. She was not a lady from a big family, but a pretty girl from a small family had a different kind of charm. Wei Wenlong came to the front of the ferry where the passengers gathered. He listened to the onlookers talking about the masters and states of the fairies from Mount Yunxia. Further away, Wei Wenlong saw Miu leaning against the railing with a female chi cultivator who wasn't a female cultivator on the ferry. They were talking and laughing. Those who didn't know them would think that they were a pair of celestial couples traveling down the mountain together. The female cultivator was also charming on her face and waist. When she talked with Miu, she would reach out and pat Miu lightly. Only her eyes didn't like to look at people directly. Occasionally, when someone passed by, she would glance at them from the corner of her eyes. She only looked at the daoist robe, jade belt, pearl hairpin, and other accessories. She was very accurate and experienced. The reason why she only had eyes for Miu now was probably because she looked at him from head to toe. She guessed that Miu was a rich immortal master who was worth befriending. If the young hidden official was here, he would probably say that a dog can't change its habit and scold them both. However, Wei Wenlong soon felt that he wouldn't. The young hidden official was very tolerant of worldly affairs. Wei Wenlong always didn't understand Mi Genxian. Miu had a very high standard when it came to women. Why could he chat with all kinds of women? Most importantly, he could be so sincere. It was as if all the flirting between men and women were talking about cultivation. Seeing Wei Wenlong, Miu pointed his finger at him and said with a laugh to the woman, "Jiaolan Jejie, I told you about him before, the distinguished and elegant Wei Da Gongzi, who has an illustrious master, whose family is entangled in a myriad of strands, is right over there. Do you see him? This time I am going on a long journey, all my expenses will be dependent on him. Don't look down on Wei Gongzi because he is young, but he is already a Immortal's Cave Stage Master. I plan to help young Master Wei in the future so that I can get an identity in the future." The woman followed Miu's finger and saw the wooden Wei Wenlong. She nodded with a smile and said a few words in agreement. After that, her conversation with Miu became less courteous. In the end, she quickly found an excuse to leave. No matter how good-looking a man was, he couldn't resist a half-baked good-for-nothing who came from a small door at the foot of the mountain. Wei Wenlong saw Miu waving. He left the crowd and came to Miu's side. Miu leaned on the railing and waved to a female cultivator from Mount Yunxia who was riding on a white luan. The latter covered her mouth and laughed. She whispered to her fellow disciples. Then, more and more female cultivators looked at the ink-flipping ferry. Wei Wenlong said in his mind, "Am I Zhenxian? Remember to use a pseudonym." Wei Wenlong was a nobody. Other than in Spring Banner House, he wasn't famous in inverted Hanging Mountain. Therefore, there was no need for him to do so. However, Miu was a sword immortal whose fame far exceeded his strength. Miu took off the blade-strengthening gourd, Haoliang, and drank Osman thus wine. He said, "Do you really think I'm a fool?" Wei Wenlong apologized, "I said too much." Miu laughed, "What are you apologizing for? Do you really think I'm a fool? I'm not even angry, let alone your kindness." Miu patted Wei Wenlong's shoulder. "Wenlong, next time when you're with me, don't be so reserved. There's no need to be so distant." Wei Wenlong became even more reserved. Miu leaned on the railing again and said in his mind, "Wei Wenlong, in those years at Spring Banner House, you relied on your own abilities to win the recognition of Master Hidden Official, Yang Ming and Nayland Saihuan. Therefore, you must not look down on yourself. Taking a step back, if you are like this, what should I, Miu, do?" Wei Wenlong was at a loss. Miu did not force him, "Forget it, do what you need to do. You can relax." Wei Wenlong asked curiously, "Am I Zhenxian? Why is it that Master Hidden Official and his Luo Po Mountain are not famous? Especially Master Hidden Official." Even the North Continent and Aquarius Continent had selected the top 10 youths, but Master Hidden Official was not on the list. Not only that, at the Immortal Crossings, all kinds of cultivators, even if they were to talk about Master Hidden Official's hometown, they would at most talk about the North Mountain-covered Cloud Mountain and Wei Shanjun's night banquet. Why is it that Aquarius Continent does not seem to have Master Hidden Official? The more Wei Wenlong spoke, the more puzzled he became, even if Master Hidden Official is only 30 years old, but the last time he went to our place, he was already in his 20s. With Master Hidden Official's abilities, how could he not know anything about Aquarius Continent? If I remember correctly, when Master Hidden Official just arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was able to pass 3 tests in a row, and defeated Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji. With such strength, in this small Aquarius Continent, shouldn't he be as famous as Sword Immortal Wei back then? Miu said, "If he doesn't want people to know, then they don't know. If he wants people to know, then they have to know." Wei Wenlong deeply agreed. When Lin Junbai of the Central Plains returned to his hometown, Spring Banner Zhai had heard about it through the cross-continent ferry, and it was full of praise. From the Confucian Temple's academies, to the Central Plains Divine Continent's immortal sects, to the Shao Yuan dynasty's court, Lin Junbai could be said to have the power of heaven and earth at that time. But Miu said, the real reason is that he felt that when he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and was no longer in his hometown, he could truly be fearless. Wei Wenlong whispered, "A hidden dragon in the abyss. One day, a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit." Miu said, "Wenlong, with this talent, when you arrive at Luo Po Mountain, I can guarantee that you will be successful." Wei Wenlong asked, "Why does Sword Immortal Mi say that?" Miu smiled, "Master Hidden Official, don't you always say to treat people with sincerity?" Wei Wenlong nodded, "That makes sense." Miu turned to look at Wei Wenlong. "Wenlong, it's not without reason that you don't have good luck with women. You don't even have 10% of Master Hidden Official's power." Wei Wenlong said in shame, "Of course. Master Hidden Official is extremely upright and considerate. When interacting with people, he always puts himself in their shoes and can restrain himself. It's normal that many women like him." Miu scolded jokingly, "Damn, you also have a natal divine ability. What a good where in life isn't Luo Po Mountain?" Wei Wenlong, the future god of wealth of Luo Po Mountain, was confused. After the dragon boat ferry docked at the Oxhorn Mountain, Miu found Liu Zhongruan and said with a smile in the language of the Aquarius Continent, "Steward Liu, my real name is not worth mentioning. My nickname in the Jianghu is No Rice. Steward Liu, I will soon be the immortal master of the Luo Po Mountain, let's visit each other often." Liu Zhongruan did not know why this person would say such words without rhyme or reason, so he replied perfunctorily. Those who boarded the boat were customers, and in business, one would not hit a smiling person. If the other party really went to Luo Po Mountain's ancestral hall to burn incense and hang a portrait, then it would be fine, there was no need to rush. But Liu Zhongruan always felt that the man in front of him was too good-looking. In the future, there would be young and inexperienced women on the back of his own Ceylan fish, he would have to take it easy. Liu Zhongruan didn't want to cause any trouble. Just because of this man in front of her, the disciples who should be cultivating diligently were worried about another man like a woman in her room or quarreling endlessly like a jealous shrew. She, Liu Zhongruan, reckoned that she would be angered half to death. Wei Wenlong stood at the side. He was puzzled. Along the way, Miu seemed to be estranged from the female cultivators on the boat. He did not strike up any conversation. Even if the female cultivators took the initiative to talk to him, Miu would stay away. Miu and Wei Wenlong followed the local customs and walked to Luopo Mountain. They took a detour to the main entrance, and when they passed by the foot of the cliff, Miu stopped and laughed. Interesting, interesting. Wei Wenlong could only see that there were traces of craters on the ground. He looked up and asked, "Am I sword immortal? How many pure martial artists jumped off the cliff for fun? They should be at the golden body stage, right?" Miu shook his head. "It's the same person, and they haven't reached the golden body stage yet." Wei Wenlong also shook his head. "The depth is different, the gap is not small, they shouldn't be the same person. If it's the same person, the craters should not be so obvious after a long time. They can't have broken through in such a short time. Even Master Hidden Official can't do it." Miu asked, "Let's make a bet." Wei Wenlong shook his head hard. "No, people who deal with accounts avoid gambling the most. I can't let down Master Hidden Official and Master's trust. In the future, on this mountain, I must scrupulously abide by everything, no matter big or small." Miu did not care. As for why Wei Wenlong thought wrong, it was very simple. His realm was not enough. Miu's Jade Raw realm was still Jade Raw realm, it was not fake. When they arrived at the main entrance of Luopo Mountain, Miu and Wei Wenlong looked at each other. The gatekeeper was a young man. After hearing that the two were the Mountain Lord's friends, he remembered the two names Wei Wenlong and No Mi and let them go. Then, Miu and Wei Wenlong had just climbed a few steps when they saw a finger-sized little guy running up the steps, sighing, but it did not delay its movements. Wei Wenlong and Mi Sword Immortal explained softly that this was a little person with incense in the world. Not all rich families and temples would have it, it was relatively rare. The little guy climbed the steps again and again. It was very difficult. It was no different from climbing over mountains. But there was no other way. The branch master was not at the top of the mountain, the rules were still there, so every time it came to Luopo Mountain as a guest, it could only enter from the main entrance. When it passed by the two guests, it did not even raise its head. Only when it was over a dozen steps above them did it turn around and stand still. It placed its hands on its hips and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Probably because it felt like it had been rude, it quickly lowered its hands and bowed. Only then did it raise its head and announce itself. It said it was the incense master of the Dragon Province's City God's Pavilion, ranked second, as well as the right protector of the Dragon Rider Alley. It had no idea what rank it was, but there was still a chair for it to sit on anyway. It was just that it had come to do the roll call today. Then, the little incense stick figure solemnly repeated the previous question. Wei Wenlong had no idea how to answer it. It seemed like a rather mischievous little guy. Was this the jargon of the Jianghu that Sir Hidden Official referred to as paying respects to the Mountain Lord? Miu took a few steps and crouched down. He smiled. "I've heard of you. Why wouldn't I? I'm the follower of the Lord of Luopo Mountain. I've heard him mention the right protector of the Dragon Rider Alley. I'm hardworking and extremely competent." The little incense master of the Dragon Province's City God's Pavilion was shocked. He said with great envy, "You actually know the lord of our Luopo Mountain. I haven't even met him yet." The former Dragon Rider Alley's right protector, the current Luopo Mountain's right protector, Jumili's branch leader, Lord Pei, and her master, Lord Mountain, are many, many ranks apart. I've even specially asked Branch Master Pei whether I can take the initiative to greet him if I'm fortunate enough to run into him on the way. Branch Master Pei said that I have to do the roll call 100 times at the mountain gate before I can do it. Spilling the beans from a bamboo tube, The little guy reported a string of official titles without even taking a breather. Miu's smile was resplendent. Look, this is the unique style of his Luo Po mountain. Go to the F*King North Continent. Afterwards, a girl came down from the mountain practicing her martial arts. She did not greet the two of them when she saw them, only focusing on her martial arts as she made her way to the mountain gate. Wei Wenlong felt like the Luo Po mountain was filled with mysteries. It really was the place of cultivation of Sir Hidden Official. There were huge pits created by people jumping off cliffs, a young man guarding the gate, a little incense master climbing the steps, and a girl practicing her martial arts without a care in the world. Miu extended his hand. Stand on my shoulder. I'll give you a lift. The little incense master shook his head. Don't. If I'm not sincere, it'll be easy for Branch Master Pei to remember. Maram Mealy is very impartial. The little guy continued to climb the mountain. Miu and Wei Wenlong climbed the mountain slowly afterwards. Very soon, two girls ran over. One was in a pink dress, while the other was in black. The latter carried a small, golden pole. Wei Wenlong was rather impressed. Chen Nuanshu ran down the steps with Ju Meili, standing on the same step as Miu and Wei Wenlong. Afterwards, Chen Nuanshu bowed. Welcome, esteemed guests. Sword Immortal Wei of the Wind Snow Temple passed by earlier and mentioned this to Wei Shanjun. The house on the mountain has already been tidied up. Wei Pai appeared to one side and smiled mentally. Nuanshu, Meili, don't worry about it. I'll be in charge of receiving the guests. The two girls did not regard Wei Shanjun as an outsider and bade farewell. Wei Pai said. Sword Immortal Wei only said that two esteemed guests would be visiting, but he did not elaborate on their identities. I wonder if you can tell me? Miu laughed. Great Wall of Sword Chi, Miu. Inverted Suspended Mountain Spring Banner Houses Shao Union's direct disciple, Wei Wenlong. According to Master Hidden Official's intentions, we can become Luo Po Mountain's official residence anytime. Regarding Shanjun and Wei Pai, the young Hidden Official did not speak much, but his words carried a lot of weight. You can be at ease. Thus, Wei Wenlong followed closely behind and took out a secret letter from his family and handed it over to the Aquarius Continent's Beiyu Mountain Lord. Wei Pai opened the letter. After reading it, he placed it back into the envelope with a strange expression. After hesitating for a moment, he laughed. Sword Immortal Mi, Chen Pingan said in the letter that you will most likely shamelessly stay in Luo Po Mountain. Miu knew that the situation was not good, and was about to spout nonsense, but if it did not work, he could only throw a tantrum. Wei Pai continued. The letter said that if you are willing to stay, then stay. First, you will be a consecrator that will not be announced to the public. Great Sword Immortal Mi will have to suffer a little. Miu heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Miu and Mountain Lord Wei Shanjun have good karma. Once I climb the mountain, it is a great piece of news. Wei Pai laughed and nodded, but he was actually extremely shocked. Chen Pingan's description of Miu in the letter was very simple. Great Wall of Sword Chi Sword Cultivator, Jade Unpolished Realm Bottleneck, Trustworthy. A Jade Unpolished Realm Sword Immortal. Wei Pai turned his head and smiled at Wei Wenlong. Wei Wenlong, from today onwards, you will be the person in charge of Luo Po Mountain's finances. Afterwards, Nuan Shu will hand over all the accounts to you. At this point, Wei Pai paused for a moment and said, I have a presumptuous request. Even if I hand over the accounts, I hope that you will not stop Nuan Shu from reading the accounts in the future. It is not that I do not trust you, but on Luo Po Mountain, it has always been Nuan Shu who manages the large and small financial transactions, and there has never been the slightest mistake. It is just that now that the business has expanded, Luo Po Mountain should indeed have someone who specializes in managing the finances and accounts. After all, Nuan Shu has a lot of work to do. Of course, these are not the words in Chen Pingan's letter. If you have a grudge because of this, then Chen Pingan has misjudged you. When he returns to Luo Po Mountain in the future, it will be him who will blame himself. Wei Pai finally said, We are all family, so I will not speak of two different families. Wei Wenlong said with a smile, managing the accounts, the most important thing is to be clear. How can one person monopolize the accounts and not see the light of day? Wei Shanjun does not need to think too much. Wei Pai smiled knowingly and nodded. You are indeed worthy of being the person that Chen Pinggan has high hopes for. Not to mention other things, when it comes to making money, Chen Pinggan's vision and ability are indeed excellent. Someone who can make him sincerely admire is definitely not bad. In the future, I will have to trouble you. Wei Wenlong cupped his fists and nodded. From this day on, Miu and Wei Wenlong could be considered to have taken root in Luo Po Mountain. Wei Wenlong's residence became Luo Po Mountain's accountant. After Chen Yuanshu handed over all the accounts, she no longer cared about money. At most, every time she needed to spend money, she would ask Mr. Wei for approval. Every time, she would bring a piece of paper to record in detail the reason for each expenditure and where it went. Not only that, she was probably worried that if she visited too many times, it would delay Mr. Wei's important matters. Therefore, often some trivial expenses would be paid by her and Zhu Mili. They would put together a piece of paper and then reconcile it with Mr. Wei. Wei Wenlong did not feel that this matter was annoying, but he was a little embarrassed. Although he had not stayed on the mountain for many days, he knew that Chen Yuanshu was busy every day. She really had something to do from morning to night. Wei Wenlong had to take the initiative to ask the little girl if she liked to keep accounts. The little girl in pink nodded and was a little embarrassed. Wei Wenlong divided the accounts of Luo Po Mountain into two parts. The big money transactions, including the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain and the ink-turning ferry, belonged to him. The daily accounts of Luo Po Mountain continued to belong to her. However, the little girl could learn the accounts of all the big businesses. If she did not understand, she could ask. When Wei Wenlong arrived at Luo Po Mountain, he was already the accountant of Luo Po Mountain. On the other hand, Miu strolled around every day, followed by little Mili, who was carrying a carrying pole. Miu could not talk about the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but he finally knew why the hidden official's wine shop sold a kind of wine named Mute Lake wine. So it was because of this little girl. Miu really did not feel that the days on the mountain were boring. It was very interesting. With Zhu Mili by his side every day, he was not bored at all. Today, Miu accompanied Zhu Mili to the stone table by the cliff to eat melon seeds. He listened to little Mili talk about her adventures in the Jianghu. A sword immortal listened with great interest. The little incense stick came to the mountain again. She was very attentive and ran around the stone table, cleaning the melon seed shells. Wei Pai secretly said that the head butler of Luo Po Mountain, Zhu Lian, had left the mountain to travel. Miu understood in his heart. As for the talisman puppet that looked like Zhu Lian, Miu had already seen through it. Today, Zhu Mili talked about the Jianghu stories from yesterday's Red Candle Town to the Chongdan River, Yuye River, and Xiuhua River. She talked about the good places in each river in detail. In the end, she asked Senior Mays to go to the Chongdan River and Xiuhua River to play. It was just that the water in the two water deity temples were a little expensive. He could buy it from the nearby Tiefu River water deity temple, which was more cost-effective. Anyway, it was just burning water and did not violate any taboos. Miu smiled and asked why the Jade Nectar River was missing. Little Rice immediately furrowed her thin eyebrows and said, "I've mentioned it before, haven't I? Senior Corn, have you forgotten about it? That's impossible. I'm famous for being smart. Sigh, there's no way I didn't mention it." In the end, the little girl saw that Senior Mays was smiling and did not say anything. She quickly waved her hand and said that they were not in a hurry to play in the three rivers. In the future, when Pei Qian and Chen Lingjun returned home from their travels, they could play together. The little incense puppet held back for a long time and said sullenly, "Go to the damn Yuye River." That bad woman almost caused Lord Mili to. Zhu Mili was anxious and slapped down. She cupped the back of her hand and covered the little guy. Then, she lay on the table and raised her hand a little. Looking at the little incense puppet, she frowned and lowered her head. She lowered her voice and reminded him, "Don't talk behind my back." Then, The little girl raised her head and laughed. She covered her mouth and said vaguely, Senior Maze, I'll look at the almanac tomorrow. If it's time to go out, I'll take you to Mount Huameng next door. I'm very familiar with it. Miu smiled and dismissed it. He only remembered the Yuye River. He turned around and saw an uninvited guest. She was neither unfamiliar nor familiar. It was said that this person was now cultivating at the sword worship platform. What golden core or nascent soul sword cultivator? If she wasn't a beautiful woman, Miu wouldn't even bother to look at her in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After all, Miu was criticized for his swordsmanship among sword immortals. It was his brother Mi who had a brother who squandered his talent and didn't know how to make progress. It wasn't even because of his achievements in killing demons. In fact, before ascending to the upper 5 realms, Miu was a well-deserved senior to Nayland Saihuan and Qi Shou, whether it was fighting on the city wall or fighting outside the city. And Kui Wei, a golden core sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, had run away to the vast world. What qualifications did he have to be looked at by Miu? So before Kui Wei spoke, Miu said, "Go away." Ju Mili was a little flustered and whispered, "Senior Maze, don't be like this. Senior Kui is one of us. He's very good." Miu smiled and nodded. Then, he turned to the silent Kui Wei and said, "Then, please go away." Ju Mili crossed her arms and was a little angry. "You can't talk like this on Luopa Mountain." Miu had to raise his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, Brother Kui, please sit down and eat melon seeds." Kui Wei sat down silently and asked in his heart, "Sword Immortal Mi, what about my master?" Miu said, "You have the face to ask, but I don't have the face to say." Kui Wei nodded, got up and left quietly. Miu stood up, took off the Haoliang sword strengthening gourd from his waist, stood on the edge of the cliff, and slowly drank. Should he take advantage of the fact that he wasn't the official immortal master of Luopa Mountain to kill a few Jade Pure Realm cultivators who didn't get along with Luopa Mountain? Not to mention the power of the sword with all his strength, Miu was actually quite good at hiding his traces and attacking with flying swords. Although he couldn't be compared with Master Hidden Official and that official, Miu didn't think he was inferior to ordinary sword immortals. Miu looked down with a smile. It turned out that Ju Mili was tugging at his sleeve. She stood on tiptoe, took out a handful of melon seeds, and raised it high. Miu squatted down, took the melon seeds, and said softly with a smile, "Little Mili, in my hometown, many people have heard the story of the Mute Lake monster. It's a pity that many people are no longer in this world. And that Senior Kui is not even as good as me, so I'm angry with him." Ju Mili frowned hard, and then nodded hard to show that she definitely didn't pretend to know something. In the end, the little girl sat beside the cliff with the sword immortal who called himself Korn. The little girl thought that his name was really good, and that it had the same character as her. It was fate. Therefore, Ju Mili gave all the melon seeds to Miu. Her little head and shoulders shook, and she said with a smile, "Let me tell you a little secret. I've been waiting for a good person to come back. For example, when I went to squat at the mountain gate, I said that I was watching Center Yuenji practice boxing. When I went to stand on the railing at the top of the mountain, I said that I was going to chat with the mountain god. Also, when I sat here, I said that I was watching the birds in the sea of clouds pass by the door. So, Pei Qian and Sister Nuanshu still don't know about this." Miu nodded. "So that's how it is. If you didn't tell me, I definitely wouldn't have known." The little girl was a little worried. Why hasn't he come home yet? No matter how good your hometown is, it's not his hometown. Miu said, "Yeah, who knows? I recommend a work, Ming Bandit." It's not a friendly recommendation, but it's really well written and makes people's eyes light up. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,